Madam President, are you ready for roll call? Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delecchia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Jim McKay,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. It is 6:15 p.m., and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. I'd like to thank our audience for being with us this evening, and for those of you watching online, we will now move to the next item of our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Skylar Wade of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge. Cadet Wade is a rising 10th grade student at Vista Ridge High School and second-year cadet. She is a member of the Color Guard and committed to serving the community as a volunteer with the City of Cedar Park at the Veterans Memorial Park. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Wade was recognized with the Navy JROTC Exemplary Personal Appearance and Exemplary Conduct Award. Her active participation in unit activities and commitment to service directly contributes to the unit's formal designation as a distinguished unit with academic honors. Cadet Wade's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, her school, and the district. Well done, Cadet Wade. All right, if y'all will please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our recognition, the UIL Texas Cup State Robotics from Vandergrift High School.
Leander ISD is proud to recognize the Vandergrift Viperbots for their outstanding showing at the UIL Texas Cup State Robotics Championships. Team 7161 Hydra roared to a state FTC UIL runner-up finish, and Team 6800 Valor claimed third place in the FRC UIL Texas Cup. Several more Viperbots teams were lauded for their outreach, advocacy, and design innovation at these competitions. Congratulations to these talented students and their mentors, advisors, and community for continuing the tradition of robotics excellence in Leander ISD.
Awesome, thank you. Our Texas Cup State Robotics at Vandergrift High School. What an excellent job. All right, we'll move on to our communication announcements. And we'll start with our superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. Several things tonight that I bring. Number one, you'll notice that several of us are wearing masks in the boardroom tonight, and that's of course because we're seeing COVID numbers ramping up. And we do have communication from both the Williamson County Health Department and Austin Public Health recommending that masks be worn if at all possible. So things are a little different now than they were obviously back in April and before because we do have vaccinations in place. And so we just wanted to make that point as we go forward in the board meeting. The second thing I wanted to share with you, of course, is elementary number 29 is now currently under construction, which means that we'll be establishing a school naming committee in the next little while. They're going to be able to bring a list of potential names to the board And then, of course, governed by board policy CW, the board will have the final naming authority for that elementary school. So we look forward to the excitement that that brings as we go forward with new schools in the district. Our employee handbook states that paychecks come through direct deposit by the 25th of each month. And we have an incredible payroll staff in this district. They have worked exceptionally hard, as they always do. Almost every month, they managed to run payroll early. And that was the case this July. Paychecks were deposited on July 22nd. So we want to just thank them for the amazing effort that they make to make sure that all of our over 5,000 staff members get paid on time. In this case, about 630 employees who receive supplemental pay for June summer school and athletic camps will receive that pay on July 23rd. This pay will come as a separate sum of money from the monthly regular paycheck as a result of a complication in our new Munis finance system. So we do apologize to those people for the confusion and the inconvenience, but know that they will still get their supplemental pay even before that July 25th promised date. So you should be able to check your bank accounts tomorrow and see that money there. Of course, if you have any questions about that, you can feel free to reach out to us at any time. On June 17th, the Board of Trustees voted to approve the offering of a remote learning program to begin in the 21-22 school year for families who have a need for their students to be in remote instruction based on continuing health concerns resulting from the pandemic. The plan approved calls for the development and implementation of a remote learning program for up to 300 students, grades pre-K through 12. We allocated money from federal ESSA 3 formula funds, as the state of Texas has not extended the instructional waiver enabling districts to collect ADA for students learning remotely. We did submit a waiver to TEA requesting that the state fund for these students attending remotely, but I did talk to TEA this week, and we're expecting that that waiver will be denied in the next week or so. So on Wednesday of this week, the remote learning program exceeded capacity at 332 students enrolled, with every campus in the district having at least one student attending. We have 206 elementary students, 57 middle school students, and 69 high school students on that list right now. Families are still able to submit an application for remote learning via the district website, and we have established a wait list. As of today, we have 101 students on the wait list. So the application submissions have been date stamped and will be served in the order they were received if and when space becomes available. Program leader and a counselor have been selected, and they are currently collaborating to interview and hire staff for the program. So we are moving forward, and we appreciate the board's support of providing opportunities to serve each and every student in the district. And then there's one item on the consent agenda tonight, the Williamson County JJAEP Memorandum of Understanding. I just wanted to point out that due to the really outstanding work of John Graham and his team, we are seeing a decline in JJAEP referrals from the district. And part of the reason for that is that we really are looking at our whole child focus, and that includes relational practices, social emotional learning, character education, diversity, inclusion, and equity work, and mindfulness. We have ongoing committee work, training for staff. We have pilot campuses, differentiated discipline approaches, situation response to behavior versus zero tolerance policies that are all helping to reduce the use of exclusion for discretionary behavior infractions. And then for expulsions that are not related to safety concerns, we are choosing to place those students in our own LEO program instead of in that JJEP. So as you process through that annual approval, which is a routine approval, I just wanted to point out the fact that we have some really good news associated with that. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Board members, do y'all have any remarks?
I just have a couple of quick follow-up questions on your presentation, Dr. Gearing. Can you confirm again, I'm just taking a couple of notes, the number of, for our virtual learning program, the number of seated students?
Yeah, so we have 206 elementary, 57 middle school, and 69 high school for a total of 332.
Okay, and the wait list students totaled how many?
101 on it as of today.
As of today. And do you know the date that applications stopped being immediately seated?
So I believe we closed that yesterday. Is that right, Matt Benz?
So 101 applied in the last day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us just a little bit more about why you decided to make that change and at that number, or how you determined where that break point should be?
Yeah, so the board approved a program plan for up to 300 students. And so as we went north of 300 students, and it happened very rapidly, we realized we had to say that we've reached capacity in that program. And we didn't want to close applications altogether, which is why we've continued to accept applications and put them on the wait list in chronological order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Gearing, in that 300 number, is that, excuse me, was that from the interest form that we sent out to our families? How did we come up with that number?
Right, so as you know, we've been talking about this for a significant amount of time. We've had that interest out for a significant amount of time. And we've also been in contact with those families during that time to make sure that we know who they are and what their need is, that we really established that carefully. And so then this recent rush is really in the last couple of days.
Board members, any remarks?
I'm getting my quote. This week, I attended the leadership retreat done by our wonderful LISD admin. You guys did a great job this week. I just wanted to go and just kind of get the sense, the feel for what this year was, and you guys got me excited. And back to school time for parents is a little crazy. But what I saw in that room over the last 3 days, yes, was excitement, was passion, but most importantly, educators putting our student voice first. And so one thing I wanted to tell my Board of Trustees, I saw a slide that they did on the last day, says, as leaders, how do we design learning environments and learning experiences that cultivate creators of our future world? Guys, this was such a great week because I got to hear our mission, our vision, and our core beliefs constantly being replayed by our amazing admin team. So great job, guys. Today I also got to go to a student panel provided by our special programs. Amazing. Just being able to listen to our students and what's worked for them, how our educators have been able to provide these students with services to get them to where they need. I was a crying mess, but it was great. So thanks special programs for putting on that today. That student panel was, I learned something as a parent. So I appreciate that. So that's all I got.
All right, board members, to kind of piggyback on that a bit, I also got to go and attend our leadership conference. What I love is the name was Cultivate and Connect. Board members, I saw the work that we did with vision, mission, and our core beliefs come to life, and it was amazing to watch. So those late night meetings, they really did do something. There really is something going on because of it. Our discussions of how we talk about empowering students, it's taking hold, it's taking root, and thanks to our district administrator and Dr. Gearing for just continuing to push that forward. We definitely got to see also some challenging ways. Our administrators challenged themselves to kind of give us like a personalized learning environment, which is really what we want to model in our schools, right? Where it's, you get to kind of choose and grow and the asset-based thinking, right? You look at where you're strong in, we keep growing. So it was, I'm rambling. It was great. You should have been there, but you couldn't. We can't all get there. But when it comes up next year, I highly suggest you find a day when we can go, or you can go. Reach out to Donna. For housekeeping issues, You'll notice at the end of this agenda, there is an evaluation, a debrief. We might not get to it tonight. If we get done with our meeting by 11 o'clock, we'll go ahead and open that up. What we're going to try to do is just every now and then take a pulse on how did the meeting work? What do we need to make it work well? We do need to do this in open session to get some feedback on our meeting, so that's why it's here at the end of our agenda. If we don't get to it tonight or we don't get to it by 11 o'clock, we're not going to do it. We'll move that off and we'll just do it at another meeting. This isn't to do at every meeting, but we'll put it out on the meetings depending upon how we finish up. We do have several different evaluations we'll do as a board. Just personally, it'll be this where we look at our meeting. The next one we'll do is, Don will be later sending y'all out a survey where we will use the SBOE framework for school board development. And from there, you kind of look and decide what pieces of training you think would be best for our board. And then we're going to take that feedback and we'll be talking about it in open to help plan for our training in December. And one last piece, we'll start having principals come. Remember, we talked about having principals talk about all the great programs that are going on, and that'll start in September. So there you go. All right, if there's nothing further, we'll move to citizen comments. Please note, there are other ways that communications can occur with the board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We are restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which state the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note this format is not a conversation, not a back and forth discussion. So we'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes. It is my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time. We thank y'all for coming out. I will now call our first speaker, Nicole Heisel. You have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and we'll hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. Please press the button on your mic to speak, and then you'll press it again to turn it off when you conclude. Thank you for coming this evening.
Can you hear me? Hi. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Nicole Heisel. I am a 1992 graduate of Leander High School. Nice to meet you, Mr. Superintendent. I don't think I've had the pleasure. First and foremost, thank you for giving all of you your time and servitude and volunteership to the district. I know it's difficult with work-life balance, and it's important to, give the students and teachers what they deserve, and I appreciate that and appreciate you guys giving up, a lot of your time to do that. I'm here today as I've learned that construction has begun on the district's 29th elementary and will open for the 2022-23 school year, according to district officials in the Bryson community. I'm here to ask for your consideration in naming the school after my father, Mr. Don Heisel. Combined with my mother and father, Ruth Heisel, have 53 years with the district. Since joining the Leander ISD School Board in August of 1995, my father, Mr. Don Heisel, has served on the Leander ISD Board of Trustees, as well as in various officer and leadership capacities. He has served the Leander, Cedar Park, and Central Austin community as a consummate professional and champion of organizations with his extensive expertise in strategic planning and organizational alignment. Mr. Heisel, my father, has helped provide innovation, change, and solutions to the rapidly growing district. and the growing community over the past 3 decades. My dad has been diagnosed with a very advanced form of Parkinson's disease. He served Leander for 23 years, from 3,600 students to 41,000 students and 44 campuses. No one deserves the honor more of a namesake for the district he helped build. When he served, he was fully retired and gave his soul and heart to the district. The community would love for him to be able to witness this as the school is due to open in the fall of 2022, and I hope that he lives that long to be able to see that happen. Mr. Heisel is the 12th longest serving school board member in the state of Texas. Anytime we can educate our students on living role models like my father, then that's a powerful modeling experience for them. I just want to quote a couple responses from Mr. Tom Glenn. Cannot think of a more deserving person to name the school after.
Nicole, can you give us your favorite one?
My favorite one is Mr. David Anderson from Hilco Partners. Over the past 5 decades of my career in public education in Texas, Leander ISD has been led by exceptional educators from the campus level to the central administration to superintendent. The recognition of several of those exceptional leaders, Tom Glenn and Mr. Charles Rouse in particular, with the school named for them, is a credit to those educators and to the trustees process. Without the support of the Board of Trustees, the educators cannot deliver the high-quality education the Leander ISD community expects. As you prepare to name new campuses, I encourage you to consider recognizing a trustee with this honor as Mr. Don Heisel. Mr. Heisel served the school district and community for 23 years as a trustee. My good fortune was to be introduced to him in his tenure of the school board when I was managing director of curriculum for the Texas Education Agency under the then Commissioner Mike Moses. Don's insights into the application processes of policies we developed at TEA helped my colleagues and me as we went through the process on various issues and topics. After joining Hilco Partners in 2003, Don continued to be a sounding board as I worked on facilities issues on behalf of the fast-growing school coalition.
Thank you.
Don and I have maintained our friendship for well over 2 decades. Thank you for considering your consideration of Don Heisel as you determined names for the new LISD campuses. Don is a role model for adults and students and will continue to be one of many for those students who attend the campus with his name on the building.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much for coming out this evening.
I have several other letters that I will distribute when the time is right for the agenda naming process, but
all right, thank you.
I do wish and honor that you would honor my father with this indebted honor for him.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Thank you. All right, Paul?
Always good to see you. I just want to start over the numbers from my friends downtown in Austin. On 8/15/2022, the annual report, the local debt that Leander ISD, we need to pay off $7,970,000 next year. And with a potential $21 million shortfall in the budget, And if 80% of all budgets go to the students via teachers and administration salaries, I'm wondering how are we going to save enough money to pay our debts when they are due on time and in full? And when I'm looking at the debts per year, there's another big debt due at 8/15/2024 for $51 million. That is a ton of money that's due. Now, it's not so bad in 8/15 of 2028. It's only $3 million, but if you keep going down the line, we come to sometimes in 2042. That's still 20 years away, but we need to pay a $593 million debt. A few years later, in 2049, a $600 million debt, due on time and in full. If we're running in deficits year after year, of which we have a potential $21 million shortfall, of which last year we had a potential $31 million debt, but we whittled it down to only $6 million, how are we even going to save to pay off just next year's almost $8 million when we're $20 million in debt? You guys have to manage our budget better, because we won't have the money next year that's due on time and in full. And no matter how much money we take out at 14% interest, it's like shaking Leander upside down, like a loan shark of some kind. We can't just keep kicking the can down the road. The money won't be there. So I'm looking at this board, just wondering is there a separate account I'm not looking at? Because other people are looking at this account, running debt year after year. We can't even pay our debt that's coming due. And it's coming. The years, 2034, 2030, 2030. There's another $34 million debt. So I'm just wondering, how are we going to manage this? We don't have the money now. We won't have the money later. We keep building schools that are going to be due to open, of which I heard there was a school that was opened and no one went in it for up to 3 years. Why are we building schools when we can't afford our debts due next year? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul, for coming out. All right, that concludes our citizen comments. We will now move into the public hearing portion of our agenda. Consider approval of the optional flexible school day program reapplication and public hearing. We have nobody signed up for this public hearing portion. Is that correct? So we'll just go ahead and hear your presentation.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. I'm here for our annual optional flexible school day program reapplication and public hearing. The purpose is to just provide an overview of the program, hold a public hearing, and have the board consider approval of the reapplication process. We are asking for action this evening. Again, this program serves our at-risk students or students who have dropped out or may be denied credit because of attendance. This allows us to count the different alternative attendance for them. So you will see that they can have flexible school day attendance throughout their day. This is specifically for our New Hope High School students. What you see here is in 2016-2017 was before we had this program. 2017-18 was once we approved for optional flexible school day. So you will see how we increased the number of days present as well as the students served. We do not have numbers for our 1920-2021 school year because we were under the TEA COVID-19 attendance. But with those going away, it is important for us to consider the approval for this reapplication so that we can still count the attendance for our New Hope students here. In the application, there are several things that we must submit, as you see here on your screen. And that is our presentation.
All right, I have an unusual circumstance going on here with my laptop. So is there somebody who meant to sign up for this public hearing portion? Okay, all right. Board members, any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
We are asking for action tonight.
Going to make a motion. I move that the board approve the submission of the reapplication for the optional flexible school day program to be implemented at New Hope High School for the 2021-22 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Alexis. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, board members, we will now move, we have 2 closed sessions tonight. We will now move into closed session, our first one for this evening, for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be closed. It is 6:45. We'll go into the closed session, and no action will be taken in that closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. Board members, it is 8:09 p.m. We are coming back to open session. Are there any motions from closed session? The wording would be under 8A.
I approve, no. I was just going to skip that part. I move to approve the settlement of the parent complaints and litigation concerning students as discussed with legal counsel in closed session.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. If there's not a motion to pull something out of the consent agenda, I need a motion to approve.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Jim, second from Anna. I know she left you hanging. We got it. We got it all wrapped up. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, board members, we're going to go ahead and move down to the next item in our agenda, and actually, we're going to skip down a little lower. We have some guests with us this evening, so as our usual board policy, when we have guests, we go ahead and have them come up. This evening, we have Colby Nichols to give us a legislative update, item 11B1, an overview of the 87th regular session. He's been busy, and kind of give us an overview of some of the things that happened that were really good and some things he's going to keep working on for us.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And I do have a short PowerPoint, and I know we're under a time constraint here, so I'll be quick. Just kind of start out by talking about, and let me just say, obviously, what we're covering here tonight, there was a lot more that happened, and we can do a more in-depth dive at a later date. But needless to say, we had sort of mixed results on some of the things we were trying to do this session as a district. One of those big items that I think when you brought me on last time and now this go around was the Student Data Privacy Initiative. It's not often in my line of work and who I represent that I'm on the other side of Google, Amazon, Apple, and companies like that. But here's what I will say. They were extremely reasonable to work with. I think it helped that they were working with a school district, not another vendor, someone that was, or an entity that was looking out for students. I was asked a couple of times this session, what is this really about? Who are you really working for? You know, who are you trying to sell to? And obviously, again, that's not what this was about at all. Last session, it was real unclear, to me at least, why this bill didn't make it to the finish line. I had a ton of reps and senators ask me that exact question, and I didn't have a good answer. And I don't think it was policy related. This was a roller coaster ride. We filed 2 bills. We filed House Bill 363, Senate Bill 1526. And we moved through the process pretty quickly. We were more or less one of the quicker House bills out of public ed to get out. But we did get stalled in the Senate. And despite that, we were able to get this attached as an amendment to the House Bill 3 school finance cleanup bill. And the legislative committee can probably fill you in a little more about sort of the ups and downs of that and the very sad text that I sent on the night, the night before House Bill 3 cleanup, because it came down literally. The bill was on the floor and we were still not sure that our amendment was going to be accepted. But it was, and we were able to get it done. The best thing about this bill is that throughout all the changes, I truly believe it got better, not worse. And some of those changes were the result of compromise. One of the big changes to the bill in the language is that the ball is completely in the district court. And what I mean by that is we had a lot of districts come to us and say, well, we already have agreements. And our concern is that if TEA comes up with a different agreement than what our agreement says, then we may not get the data fields that we need or want and how we want to disaggregate. Great point, right? And so one of the things we did is we put in the language that they can customize and tell a vendor, well, look, we know what TEA says, but actually you can do this, right? But at the same time, the vendor can't say, well, we'll sell you this product, but only if you request that we do this, right? And make it contingent upon that. And so it's completely up to the district or charter what data fields they want to use. And this is a huge step forward in protecting student data. And just kudos to Senator Perry and Representative Van Dever, who fought very hard, along with your delegation, who were very helpful throughout the process. But those two fought extremely hard, and again, it was a roller coaster ride, and we weren't sure it was going to happen. And they made clear to leadership, I do want to put this out there, they made clear to state leadership, the speaker, the governor, and the lieutenant governor, that this was a priority of theirs as well. And so that's how it was able to get over the finish line. Virtual education. I spoke at TASA's summer conference, and this was one of my topics along with IMA and a couple of others, and it took me a little while to realize they gave me all the topics that didn't pass. So I was happy to be able to talk about the student data aspect first. You know, unfortunately, this was just a victim of circumstance. This wasn't policy related at all. The reason it didn't pass, we had an agreement. I think, you know, but for the election bill and everything that occurred there, this bill would have come up and it would have passed. But, you know, in the timeline and the docket and the way it all lined out, it didn't come up before that bill. So, you know, there's still an open question about the special session. Obviously, it looks like we may actually have another one, depends on the quorum issue. But we also have a question about a waiver, right? Whether the commissioner will be willing to grant a waiver. I don't know that is actually something that's going to happen. And whether he has the ability to do something through rulemaking as well is an open question. But at this time, for all intents and purposes, 1468 and the ability of local districts to receive ADA funding through virtual is a no-go. But that doesn't mean they're not going to continue to push it. Both Representative Bell, the House author, and Senator Taylor, the Senate author, did write a letter to the governor requesting this be put on. Obviously, also, circumstances are changing with the Delta variant and all that kind of, all those sorts of things. What I would say, what this board should do and what your community should do is reach out to the governor's office, reach out to TEA, and let them know if this is an option that they want. And I think also it's important to differentiate what 1468 was doing and versus what you had to do during the pandemic. That was a slide down the fire pole, miraculous thing that your educators were able to do. That is not what we're planning here, right? This is much more thought out. This is much more strategic. And this is for families that are wanting options, right? And again, you know, at the end of the day, there were a lot of school districts that weren't going to be able to offer this, like a Leander ISD. But there was a lot of openings for partnerships between smaller districts and districts like Leander that maybe those smaller districts couldn't offer some of those same course offerings, but Leander could, and there could be some sort of exchange of money or, you know, student time. And it's unfortunate that this wasn't able to get to the finish line, but that's where we were.
Colby, for our community, if they want to advocate at a legislative level or state level for virtual education, if they go and look up HB 1468, what version should they pull out to say this is the language that we support? Or what are you saying would be the language that we support?
I mean, we supported the bill all throughout the process. At the end of the day, the conference committee report wasn't exactly what we wanted. I think we could all agree on that. But it moved the needle more than anything else ever has. And as I told Representative Bell, you know, this bill started out as a Forney ISD bill. This was a bill for his district that they had requested. And he learned very quickly that this bill was a monumental shift in policy for the state of Texas. So it was a huge lift. So obviously the conference committee report was going to be different. I think it's a good starting point for the next discussion. So I would ask that the community look at that conference committee report and make their suggestion from there.
Trish, is that something we can work with our SCR to get some sort of article or something, board brief that we can put up on the website for our parents to take a look at and know exactly where we are, what we were trying to do, and what the next steps would look like, and how they can support us?
Well, our board briefs can probably add a article in there that talks about the report that we got and the recommendations. So.
You also had a large piece of your priorities related to local control, and this was more of a long-range issue. But there, with especially the federal funds coming down, there were a lot of pieces of legislation that actually touched on this issue. One being House Bill 4465, which would have affected your discretion on how to expend those funds. That ultimately did not pass, but I do want to say how proud I am and the work that we did with your administration to get some substitute language that essentially would have provided a more transparent process of expending the funds, but not harming your control of spending those funds. Again, you as the community know best how to spend funds for your kids. House Bill 4545, I would have a feeling that some of your administration and teachers and folks that have been introduced to this legislation probably have some further thoughts on this, but I'm only going to comment as to the part on the commissioner would have been able to contract on your behalf, on the district's behalf, to purchase certain instructional materials in certain cases. Obviously, that's a huge infringement on your local control. That did get struck from the bill. That did not pass. The bill did pass. And again, you're likely going to have some sort of big brief on this bill at some point, I would imagine, but essentially any child that does not pass a STAR or EOC course is either going to have a master certified teacher or 30 hours of supplemental instruction subsequent to that. So it's a huge time issue. Not saying it's not warranted, but it's certainly something you're going to have to figure out. And I do want to remind, and I remind folks this all the time, it extends past the federal funds, right? This isn't tied to the federal funds. So once the money's gone, the statute doesn't expire. It will continue. Section 25 of House Bill 1525, which was the House Bill 3 cleanup, originally had language in it that said that you needed to withhold 40% of your local funds once you received the federal funds, which is a bit in conflict with the other piece below that of controlling your fund balance, but neither here nor there, because neither one of these provisions passed. Obviously, that was going to be a huge part. I wish I could take all the credit for that, but it's my understanding the Department of Education on the federal level told the state that was not going to fly, and that would not be a permittable use of the funds. And then the fund balance legislation, again, this moved all over the place. I'm sure your folks have some thoughts on this as well, but it started out, I think, at 110 days, and then it moved up to 180 days of funds that you could have in the fund balance. And again, general principle is at issue here, right? It doesn't matter necessarily how many days you put in there. Every district is different and not one size fits all. And so it was important that we weigh in there to ensure that our discretion wasn't going to be affected at the end of the day. This was one you didn't weigh in on officially, but we were somewhat tangentially involved. I have to say I have a lot of respect, and I don't know who the accountability expert is in the audience, but I know there is probably quite a few. I would say I was not one of them before this bill. This to me The A through F system and accountability in the state of Texas as a whole is more complex for me to wrap my head around than school finance. It is very, very difficult. You would think that understanding what the difference between a D and an F is would be very easy. It's not. And again, I don't want to take too much of your time, but essentially, 3 Ds on a campus now equals an F for sanctions purposes. A D will never be an F. It would always be needs improvement. And a C will always reset the chain. Hopefully that's not an issue you have to deal with. And I don't think a lot of districts do, but we do have some. But more importantly, for your purposes, in 2021, 2022, if you don't get a C or better as a campus, you're going to get a not rated. Right, so you get the benefit, especially those that have the Ds and Fs will get the benefit of possibly having a C reset the chain without the punishment if they don't. And then on the due process aspect, a teacher that is terminated by the district prior to this law had more due process rights than a board of trustees that was going to be taken over by the commissioner. This law changes that. It creates a limited appeal. It also creates venue wherever the failing campus resides, which I don't know necessarily is a benefit or a disadvantage for either party, but they were all held in Travis County prior to that. So, mental health, the school safety allotment was essentially the same level of funding. More importantly, House Bill 1525, which I just want to point out, we call that a Christmas tree in our line of work because every amendment that could possibly be hung on it was hung on it. And this was one of them. This was one of your reps' bills, actually. Representative Tallarico, who has a small part of your district, had social emotional learning, instructional coaches, and attendance officers. You can now use comp ed money to help pay for those. So it's just essentially, it's not providing more money, but it's providing flexibility in the money that you have. Fast growth solutions. This one was probably the most heartache for me in working on your behalf. We thought that the language, and again, you can talk to your legislative committee about the conversations we were having up to the point where I finally saw runs. We thought the language would be good for Leander ISD. It's essentially not based on quartile growth any longer. It's now based on how many kids over 250 you grew over the past 5 years, which also took some weight off of this last year because of COVID. They did add in tiers, and I'm not still 100% certain that had the impact that I think it might have, but it's possible that could have been the reason that Leander did lose substantially under those formulas based on what they would have had under the prior law. The formula transition grant did recover most of those funds, but I want to remind you that the formula transition grant expires in 2025. So, that's obviously, and one thing I do want to say, it's still unclear to me, and I think it's unclear to a lot of folks, is whether this is actually going to be more advantageous for Leander in the long run. I think that's a possibility. I don't know if we have that answer at this point. And that's my presentation. Any questions? Again, thank you for the opportunity. I do want to point out again that student data privacy bill, that is one of those things that you all created without your input, without your initiative. That never would have happened, potentially. And the students of Texas, not just Leander ISD, are benefiting from that. And I think that's a huge win for us.
Colby, really quick to jump back to 4545, just so that I'm clear, is that after the federal funds run out, that is an unfunded mandate put on us by the state of Texas, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Colby, thank you so much. Not only for our students here in the district, but as you said, even our students in the state of Texas. Really a lot of good work. And thank you, administration and the legislative committee. I know it was fun to get those calls going, can you meet today? Or y'all all did great and stayed with it. So thank you so much, and thank you for your work and the report, Colby. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Board members, we're going to have 3 more presentations, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. The first presentation, we're just doing a part A. I'm going to open up part of an agenda right now, so the conversation will flow for the superintendent's report. Dr. Gehring?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for being flexible tonight as we have visitors. And Matt, I promise we're going to get to you really quick. We've got one more thing to do, and then we're going to get to you. So but we're not going to do the whole of this. We'll just start out with the superintendent's report. I did want to bring you the good news of continued enrollment growth in the district. You can see from the numbers, we're reporting the pre-K numbers slightly differently from now on, because we're not now reporting those that are pending and the process anymore. We're now only reporting those who are actually enrolled and ready to go. So you can see that number of 865. That's more 3- and 4-year-olds that we've had in the district ever. And I will tell you that if we include all of our early childhood kids, who include our ELE and ESLE and all of those kids, we have over 1,000 early childhood kids in the district potentially for this coming year. You can see the numbers continue to grow in kindergarten and first grade. We're focused on that primarily because of the way the pandemic affected those younger grade levels. And we are at 42,135, which exceeds our budget number and is rapidly moving towards that PASA projection of 43,951. So we'll continue to watch those numbers very carefully and bring you updates on those as we go through. We do want to talk a little bit about COVID, and John Graham and his team, Kristen and Darla, are here there, and Brandon, they're going to come up and just to answer questions if you have any. We do see rising case numbers due mostly to the Delta variant, which we know from what we're hearing and reading is very contagious. And so the game changers that we have in place are, of course, vaccinations. This is not something we had before, but we no longer have a mask mandate, but we know that the public health officials are recommending that we continue to wear masks to keep everybody safe. So before we put any communications out to our community about what we are going to start to do, immediately we wanted the board to have the opportunity to weigh in a little bit on what you've seen, what you think, and how we should move forward.
Dr. Gehring, and what you're saying is that you're not requiring or mandating masks, because one, we can't,
We
but
cannot.
you're not even asking that. But you're saying based upon what public health is saying and based upon other information that you're going to recommend.
Yes, our goal all along through the whole pandemic, and will continue to be as we go forward, is to remain open. We know that in-person learning is extremely important for all of our students and for our staff, but in order to remain open and keep everybody safe, it is going to be critical that we continue to use the protocols that have worked so well for us for the last 18 months. And so we are going to recommend that everybody wear masks. We are going to do social distancing as much as is possible with all of our 42,000 kids back in person in our schools. We are going to continue to work on making sure that we're hand washing, sanitizing as much as possible. But you know, the more kids we have in person, the more difficult that's going to be. What I have discovered from just listening and reading and talking to other superintendents and listening to the health experts is that the game changer in all of this is the barriers that we create, and that is in the form of masks for the most part. So it will become a personal choice, but it will become a community effort in order to make sure that we can stay open for in-person learning for all of our students.
As a working mom, I'd like our schools to stay open.
So, yeah, I was just going to say, and I've said this before, and I don't mind saying it again, the fact that we have someone like Kristen and the nursing staff that we have in this district is just a blessing beyond compare. They have been on the front lines and have done an amazing job throughout this pandemic. I actually had a conversation with Kristen a little bit earlier today about this subject. And it is a choice. The governor has said we cannot mandate, so we will not mandate. Those of us that decide that we want to wear a mask, we should be able to do so as a personal choice, right? To Dr. Gehring's credit, I think we've done a really good job of providing every avenue of option available to the greatest number of our community. When no other district wanted to have a virtual option, we said, we'll fund it ourselves and we're going to do it. We can only get 332 kiddos in that option, but it's better than not having 332 kids with the option of virtual learning. So we've made that available. Those that want to wear a mask, by all means, wear a mask. Those that don't believe in the mask or don't want to wear a mask, that's fine. The kiddo sitting next to you that wants to wear a mask, that's their choice. And that's what everyone has been screaming about for the last 14 months, 15 months, is we want choices. We don't want to be told what to do and what not to do. So I think we've had a good compromise with the mask wear. Do I, who is, like Kristen, been in the middle of COVID for the last 15 months, do I have my personal opinions? Absolutely. But what we have to work with is mandate from the government and the options that we've been able to create through the good work of everybody here in the administration, and to Dr. Gehring's credit. So let's not lose sight of the fact that the best way to prevent the spread of this disease is to wash your hands and try to stay away from people as much as possible. So again, great job on providing options for our community. I hope that our community that wants to wear a mask will feel comfortable and feel welcome to wearing that mask. Hopefully we're not going to have one group trying to tell the other group that you're right or you're not right or you're wrong and we should do it this way. Let's let people have those choices. Let's welcome those choices, and then let's get down to implementing what we've been working on throughout the year with our goals and our mission statement and vision statement. Let's get back to teaching.
Dr. Gehring, do you want to say something?
That's all I got to say about that.
All right. Anna?
Can y'all explain to me the protocols that we're going to use, say, first day of school, my child shows up and is positive for COVID. What is that going to look like for the teacher, the classroom, and especially as a parent? Like, what does that look like? Like quarantine, like kind of tracing? Like, can you all kind of guide me through that?
So I will start us off, and then we'll let the experts jump in if I miss something. I can't give you an 100% answer right now because we are working on protocols. We've met often throughout the last few days. They meet often when I'm not available. And we are talking to our principals and our assistant principals next week. But what I could say today is, of course, masks are going to be very important. But if we have a positive case that enters, that is at one of our schools, of course, we will immediately, upon learning of that case, notify the local health department, Travis County or Austin Public Health or Williamson County, and notify them that we have a positive case. That student or faculty member that is positive will be required to stay home and quarantine until 10 days and a lack of symptoms. Someone that has come into contact with that person, we will, of course, inform the health departments of the situation, and the health departments, based on their expertise, will take that information and do what they need to do with contact tracing, and if needed, they will notify someone that they need to quarantine. On our part, we are not going to contact trace at this time. We are not going to make it mandatory that someone quarantines if they've been in contact, but we will let the health department, that is their true role. I know we as a district performed that task this past year, and as Jim said, our nurses and our administrative staff did an outstanding job with that work. But that really falls within the health department's guidance, and that's what they are here for. And so we're going to rely on them and let them take that role. But for our stance, we will notify the campus, we will notify every family that's been on that campus so they are aware that there is a positive case. We will recommend, if someone has been in contact, to monitor their conditions, to wear a mask if they know that they recommend wearing a mask if they've been in contact, and to self-screen each day.
John, can you clarify, the reason we don't have a plan out now, our district did write a plan for parents.
We did.
But I believe Delta is kind of throwing a few more wrenches here.
And Brandon said this earlier today, we were feeling really good about that. And so, yes, we have our plan that is up on the website, red and green, and there is so much that has changed even since April. And so we want to make sure that our protocols are aligned with where we are as a district when school starts, and have flexibility. And so we want to really be able to talk through that with our assistant principals and principals to make sure that we are thinking of everything, making sure that it's something that they can really do. We don't want to create a plan and say, go do this, and a principal say, that's not realistic. We have 25 kids in a classroom. That is not a realistic plan. We want to be honest with our community, what we can really do, and so we want an input. Do we have a good working document? Yes. Do we feel comfortable with that? Yes, but we want to make sure that we have the right people looking at it and giving feedback before we move forward.
I appreciate that, especially because, we talked about all of us together. It is going to be a community working together to help make sure we stay open. For our nurse, Ms. Wickets, we know that you can't do a mask mandate. It is an option. That, of course, is very clear. Explain to me, though, why do you think the district, because what I understand is the district is thinking about recommending, why that language? If it's an option, why do you want to say that? What is the reasoning?
Yep. Okay. There we are. So we're recommending everybody wear a mask based on the data we have received from both local health departments, Austin Public Health and Williamson County Public Health, and the CDC, and the American Association of Pediatrics. So a research study was forwarded to me from the Williamson County, and it showed that the Delta variant is 2.5 times more contagious and transmittable for our youth, and a big population of our youth doesn't have the opportunity to be vaccinated. So we're highly recommending that as a personal choice to protect our community and to keep everybody healthy and safe, because even me, as being fully vaccinated, I can still transmit the virus to somebody that has not been vaccinated or somebody that hasn't had the opportunity to be vaccinated. So we're recommending that we all partner together as a community and wear masks to keep everybody safe and healthy.
I actually went to the doctor to see if I was worried I might have COVID, and they said, do you have a vaccine? Yes, I do. Have you been exposed to anybody? No, I haven't. They asked me, their third question was, do you wear a mask? I thought, wait, I just told you I was vaccinated. So I do. I find this an interesting time in which we live. It is a personal choice, but I know that the district has to make the recommendations on what they're thinking, but it's going to be up to our community on how we work together to figure this all out.
Quick question. I know we won't be requiring, we won't be notifying parents that there was a positive case on a campus, and we won't be quarantining other exposures, but will we be notified as a parent if, like, someone in my child's classroom was COVID positive?
I'll take that. So we actually will make notification to the entire campus, just as we did the last 18 months. So that notification through our SER team and with the campus principal will come out. The other thing that we want to do is continue to be transparent with our families and our community, and so the dashboard will also still be posted. So talking to Corey and his team, we'll continue to post those positives that we have, both student and staff related, on the dashboard so our community can continue to see what's happening within our district.
But that's not specific to a classroom. We won't be letting everyone know in Miss Jones' class that a classmate has tested positive, so that if my child is in Miss Jones' class, I may want to go get my child tested?
Correct, and so it won't be specific to the classroom, because at that point then we lose, or they can then start to identify those things. And so we want to make sure we're still following all those things and staying, but also giving out as much information as we possibly can so that they can watch for those symptoms.
Yes, we don't want to identify a student and violate confidentiality that could violate FERPA or HIPAA. And so we want to, and some of our classrooms are very small. You know, we have some classrooms that have very few students in them, and that we could be identifying that student. And so keeping it at the campus level, of course, notifies and alerts the families, but it also helps us not to single out or notify someone and violates confidentiality for that student or staff member.
I have a couple of questions. I guess I'll start with a follow-up here. I think to Gloria's point, while we don't want to identify students, if other parents are like me, they become accustomed to getting notifications about positive cases on a campus, but it feels remote. And so if it's at a campus level, I don't know that I do anything differently at home. If it's at a classroom level, I probably do take it more seriously. I do have questions. And I recognize that we don't want to identify individual students, but maybe it's a case-by-case decision. If it's a classroom of 25 students, indicating the class doesn't identify a student. If it's a class of 3, indicating the class gets close to identifying a student. So I guess I would encourage some additional thought about that notice, because if we're only notifying at a campus level, I would argue that those notices really are just noise and aren't very effective in terms of impacting behaviors or decisions for family members. I have, I guess, a related question, and then I want to go to social distancing. Around contacting, contact tracing, obviously local health officials asked us to help out with that previously. As we see numbers increase somewhat significantly, I guess my question is, what do we think the probability is that they ask us to help again? And if so, how does that change the answers you provided so far about what our practices are likely to be in terms of contacting and contact tracing and other communications?
So I will start and let them jump in. And this kind of actually goes to both of the items that you spoke about. One of the variables that we don't know right now with certainty how things are going to go is with the work that we will be doing with our local health departments. And knowing that the cases are rising and that the assistance that we did provide to them, the one thing that we don't know for sure is how it's going to work, is how the health departments are going to be able to do the contact tracing, and ultimately why we would not communicate at a micro level would be because that would ultimately really be the work of what the health department is doing, is they are actually notifying and having the conversations with the people that they have contact traced within a close proximity to that student or staff member that's positive. And so they would have communication to them personally from the health department and be notified. And so the families that were impacted would be getting that notification. But we don't know how it's going to work, because we don't know if the health departments will be overwhelmed and they will be asking us for assistance. If that does occur, and when we, after we have finalized our protocols, there are different layers to the protocols. Right now we have green and we have red. The protocols that we are working on, we have added a different phase, and if the cases continue to increase and we do move into red, then we would have more strict requirements on quarantining, on notification, on mandatory type things. And so we're trying to build that in in case there is that need. And Kristen can explain this a whole lot better than I can, but and this is I know that not the best example, but we work with communicable diseases all the time. We have been doing that for years within our school system with whooping cough and chicken pox, and there's other things. I know there's medical terms for those diseases, but COVID is a communicable disease, and we know that it's hard right now because a portion of our population is not able to receive the vaccination if they choose, 12 and below. And at a point, and we are seeing this at the secondary level, we have to start working as a district like this is a communicable disease, and we have to start working through what our communicable disease protocols would be with our health departments. And so that's one reason why we are moving the way that we are, because we as a district, we had some luxuries last year where majority of our students were virtual learning. As we move to 42,000 students, what capacity do we have as a nursing team, as an administration team, to do this work is we don't know, because everything's being magnified. And so we're going to continue to work with the health departments, and we will always be great partners with the health departments. But right now, the information we're receiving is health departments do the work that they need to do, and let us as schools do the work that we need to do. Kristen, is there anything you want to add?
So just to clarify a couple of points in your response, local health officials determine what steps should be taken, and they're managing all of the process today. It could be in the future that they ask us to participate in administering their process like they did last year, but they still dictate the steps to be taken and we administer their process. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. And that's how it was this year. We played a more active role in some help with the notification, but we took their guidance on who should be quarantined, who should be notified. And so it was not us making those decisions. And so, yes, we will partner with them to find the best solution to help both parties.
So just to clarify a little further, a specific case, when a student tests positive or when a student is required to quarantine, we kind of set the rules on when they can come back to class. That's not a local health official determination, right? So, or maybe it is, and I'm misunderstanding.
So we can recommend that a student stay home and quarantine, or a staff member stay home and quarantine, but the health departments can legally require someone to quarantine through a health order. It has not gotten to that point yet, but the health departments could legally say to you as a positive case or someone in close contact, we are requiring you by law, which is enforceable, to quarantine. That would not be our stance. That would not be what we do, but the health departments do have that authority.
Yep. But today, at any rate, they're not telling us what our attendance policy should be as it relates to positive cases or close contact or any of that. We're setting our own standards for who should quarantine and for how long and all of that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I have a couple of questions about social distancing. I think this all made sort of intuitive sense a year ago when our campuses were half or less than half full in many cases. What does that mean now where virtually all of our students are in person? What does that mean in a cafeteria if students start clustering? What does that mean if students are too close in a particular activity? Are we asking them to separate themselves? How are we administering, governing social distancing? I suppose we can use as much spaces as possible in a classroom setting, but lots of classrooms require movement and all those kinds of things. So tell me a little bit about what we're thinking about in terms of practices, directives, approaches for social distancing.
So CDC recommends 3 to 6 feet of physical distancing. We know that that is not practical in every one of our classrooms, in our cafeterias and other settings. And so that is one of the items that I talked about earlier, that we want to make sure that we're being realistic with our protocols. And we know that that is one of the protocols that we will recommend at least 3 feet of physical distancing with everyone's understanding if possible. And we know that it will not be possible in each setting. And so we will not be requiring campuses to mark off a cafeteria and say, you sit here, or limiting capacity in other spaces. Because 2,500 kids, 2,800 kids at Vandergrift High School, that is not going to be a realistic. And so we will ask and recommend, if possible, 3 feet, but understand that it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Is it like masks, where we provide a framework and recommendations, but it's up to individuals to choose whether they will social distance or not? And how do we manage that, where one student wants to social distance and another student doesn't, and they come into contact, right?
I'm trying to think of, as I was a principal again, and this is one of the reasons why we're going to be working closely with our principals and assistant principals next week, because one of the things that we have been talking about as a team and as a district is, how do we bring everyone back and really reconnect as a community. And part of that is, some students are not going to feel as comfortable being inside our buildings. And so we as a district, as a team, have to be very careful and clear with our assistant principals, with our teachers, with our administrators. And this is where they have to, and I know it's a difficult process, and this is, why our teachers are some of the best in the world, is they have to connect with that student and understand where that student's comfort level is. And it's going to take time, and it's not going to be perfect. But as they build those relationships with the students, they will find where each student feels comfortable, and they're going to have to create the environment where the student that is comfortable being in more close contact is able to connect in that way, and a student that is not, that we work with that student to find what's best for them. It sounds a whole lot easier than what I just said, but that is why we are working closely with our assistant principals, with our counselors and our principals, on how that is the focus of what they do the first weeks of school, is really reconnecting and connecting back with our students, so they can help with that.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but this is not our first rodeo going through a pandemic. So there's some lessons learned, some things we've done, and now there's different variables. So I appreciate, for those of us who got to go into the schools and tour them during COVID, it was remarkable. And it really was, teachers working with students. If a student couldn't wear a mask for a certain reason, they would work with that student, help them go over the side. I saw our teachers interacting and trying to still connect and make that community feel, and trying to still accommodate how to work with the kids and work with each other. I thought our district did a good job. And I'm glad that you're getting principals' input to come forward with another plan for just the different variables that are up this time. So thank y'all for that. It's going to be a commitment. We're going to be partnering with our parents and with our students to find the best solutions. But I think if we can work together as a community, I believe in our community, we'll figure this out. It's going to be a one-on-one. It goes back to that each and every. There's going to be different reasons or different accommodations. And it's not going to be easy, but I haven't seen our district back down from a challenge, so.
I know you might not have this answer to this question because you guys meet next week, but back to school's coming up. A lot of events in person. You've got 6th grade open house. You've got PTAs doing luncheons. What is that going to look like for our volunteers? Are they going to be allowed to be in the school at the beginning of the year? And by beginning of the year, I mean like August 1st, not the first day.
So our plan as of today, it could change, but our plan is today is recommendations if recommend mask if that is your personal choice. Recommend if you have the opportunity to provide certain physical distancing opportunities. If you can hold an event outside, have the event outside. But we are giving guidance on things they need to think about and things that they should consider, but we are not currently putting any restrictions on events or people entering our campuses and district buildings.
And those events include like athletic events and...
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
All right, board members, are there any other questions? I'm going to end up stopping them shortly, though, because we have another speaker that I promised we would get them up because they have time constraints.
I have just one more, and it's somewhat related, somewhat unrelated, but as our teachers get back into the classrooms, whether or not they're vaccinated, whether or not they decide to wear a mask, if our teachers, which quite honestly are in some risk of exposure to and possibly contracting COVID, is our support in terms of time off and quarantining and all of those things to make sure that they're able to make ends meet and still, what does that look like if a teacher comes down with COVID, I guess is what I'm asking. Are we going to do similar to what we did last year?
So we do not at this time have the kind of support that we had from outside entities that we had previously, and so there's not much of that we can do. So if people get sick, they are going to have to take leave, and we'll support them as best we can as we go through, and of course we're going to show a lot of compassion and empathy, but we do have a lot more constraints this time than we did before.
Is that something that, whether it's in a Friday report or some sort of communication as we get back into school, if we have situations where teachers are faced with a long-term illness, so that we make sure that we're not forgetting them or, whatever it is we need to do to take care of them in the event?
Sure, we'll continue to keep you updated.
Yeah, I'm thinking of looking at some type of process to provide some, some days for teachers. That's my concern, is they're going to be quarantined because they were exposed in their classroom and they have to use all of their own sick days, and then providing some level of support for them.
Do we have data around vaccination rates for our staff?
We do not, and there is realistically no way for us to collect that data.
Anonymous surveys, anything?
I'm very hesitant to try to collect that data, honestly. We've thought about that some, but I don't know of a good way to do that without violating.
Yeah, we start getting into some privacy law issues, but this would be a great segue, though, to say that for any of our teaching staff or any of our community that has not received a vaccination and wants one, they are readily available. You can contact APH, you can contact Williamson County.
We'll be hosting a vaccinating clinic at the Tech Building on August 5th after school, so from 4 to 8. It'll be open from 12 and up. The Pfizer vaccine will be available over there. So we're going to do that, and then we'll have another one in 2 weeks for their follow-up vaccine.
So there's plenty of opportunities yet to get vaccinated, but to Gloria's point in my earlier question, I want to make sure that if we have teachers that end up with a long-term illness, that we have a mechanism or at least some sort of game plan to make sure that we're supporting them in any way we can.
I realize that this is changing daily, and I know you guys have a big meeting next week, but when can we expect like some kind of an idea of protocols for the year? Just because I know parents are wondering, what to expect.
Our meeting with our principals is on Tuesday, and so after that meeting, we will regroup and work with Corey's team, and my hope would be the end of next week or the start of the week after, just depending on feedback and working with Corey's team.
And John, we do want to get this out to parents in our community quickly, but I am very appreciative that you're not getting it out quickly at the cost of getting the input to make sure we can know how going forward. I think taking a few days to get that input, we can do that. Thank you for doing that and making sure that we get the most solid plan or as clear as we can in a time of uncertainty. So thank you.
And a final thought, can we please make sure that we're getting the information out on all available media channels about the vaccination events coming up?
Thank you, Madam President.
All right, we're going to now pause on the superintendent's report. We have a speaker coming up. Thank you so much for waiting. We are calling up now the next item under governance, B2, a report on the community bond survey reports.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing, the district engaged with Bassley and Associates recently to conduct a community survey to get their results and their, responses to potential bond election and the overall satisfaction with the district. And so Matt Gamble with Bassley and Associates is here tonight to present those findings and introduce himself. Matt?
Can you use the mic button? Just press on that. Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Much better. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Gamble with Bassley and Associates, and as Jimmy said, we did the poll. We conducted this survey July 8th through the 13th and interviewed 350 respondents. Before I get into the results, I wanted to just go over a little bit about our firm, what the objectives of the survey were, and our methodology.
And board members, we're going to let them go through the presentation and save our questions for the end because they said they scaffold information. So there you go.
Yeah, the story will kind of build on itself as we go. So just a little bit about our firm. We do survey research for politics and public affairs, and one of the areas in which we survey is on school bonds and TREs. We've done over 100 of such surveys for school districts, working with dozens of districts, some in the area, Round Rock, Pflugerville, and we did some work with what else do we do? Dripping Springs. And then most recently, back in the last election cycle, we're helping Richardson and Katy with their successful bond elections. And regardless of what district we're working in, our approach is always the same and our objectives are always the same. The first thing we want to do is really just get a sense of the political climate in which we're operating. And so we want to gather some just general attitudes about the school district. And then our second objective is to get initial levels of support in opposition to a bond proposal, or in this case, there are two different bond proposals. It's important to remember a survey is going to be a snapshot in time of opinion. Some people's opinions will not change no matter what they hear. Some people's opinions will change. And so this really just lets us know where we are today. Our third objective was to really, it did two things. The first was to test specific levels of support in opposition to specific bond projects. And these were really kind of projects that we coupled together based on the theme of what they were, like safety, security, or buses. And then the other thing that this allowed us to do was educate the respondent about the bond package. So in addition to getting support of each individual project, we get the cumulative benefit of that information, and then we're able to find out what the informed level of support and opposition could be. This lets us know not only where we are today, but where the potential could be with more education. So just a bit about the methodology. These interviews were conducted all by telephone through a mix of cell phones and landlines. We dialed the phone numbers of voters in the district. We created 3 sampling regions based on precinct. And within these sample regions are important because they're really the basis for how we control the survey and ensure that we collect a representative sample. So within each region, first we set a quota based on the proportion of the vote share in the district. So 28% of the voters live in North Williamson County. And by the way, that's not just registered voters, but that's looking at who's turning out to vote. So we set a quota for that. We have male-female quotas within each region. We're also looking at the age distribution throughout the night while we're calling to control for that, make sure that we're collecting the right proportions. We also asked the respondent for their political affiliation and their race, ethnicity, to make sure that all those things are in line with what the voters are in this district. So we are looking at a representative sample of voters. One of the most important demographics to consider when looking at a bond election, especially one in May or an odd year November, is the age of the voter. And in our case, was important to get the age of the respondent correct. So when you look at all registered voters in your district, 27% are under the age of 35, and only 15% are senior. As you may know, younger voters sometimes need to be dragged off the sofa to the polling place, and older voters are much more responsible about going to vote all the time. And so what you see is that even in the highest turnout election that you would find in a presidential election, you see a smaller share of the vote is among the younger voters. And when you look at the November 2019 election, only 9% of those that voted were 18 to 34, and almost a third were senior citizens. This is exactly what you can expect to happen in November this year if we don't do anything to educate parents and younger voters that there is a bond on the ballot, because this is just what happens naturally in a constitutional election. This is the constitutional election before that. And so our survey is really somewhere in between those lower turnout scenarios and that kind of higher level presidential. We're going to assume that you're going to have more younger people voting in a constitutional election when you've got a bond on the ballot than you would have otherwise. But what that number is really up to how much work is done to educate parents about the bond and how interested they are in voting for it. So one of our first questions to get an understanding of the political climate, it was first just generally, do they have a positive or negative impression of the school district? And we found that there's over a 5-to-1 ratio of positive to negative. This is really almost as good as it gets. I think the lowest I've seen a negative in a school district is maybe 8 or 9%. I've seen them in the 20s, 30s, and actually last week one in the 40s. So this is a really good place to be, and it's a really good indicator for moving forward with the bond. It doesn't mean that just because people like the school district, they're going to vote for bonds. That's not a relationship, but it is really hard to pass bonds when people are not happy with the school district. So this is certainly a good indicator for moving forward at this time. Another really great indicator is that there is an understanding already without a lot of education that you need more schools and classrooms to meet your needs. 2/3 of respondents know this before really having to give them any statistics. It might not be surprising to you because you're here and you see all the growth, but believe it or not, there's a lot of fast growth districts where the voters think, oh, we have enough, and they don't get that. That's not the case here. We got a little bit more specific and now asked the respondents how they feel about the way the district's managing the money it has to operate. We found that a plurality say it's doing as well as to be expected, and actually this number comes back every time we ask this question in a school district. Somewhere between 44 and 49% of people think the district's doing as well as to be expected. The wastefully is really kind of in line with what we see. The other way to kind of look at this is, I mean, in this day and age, if you're a governmental body and you're doing as good as to be expected, that's not bad. So you've got 3 out of 5 respondents that say you're doing a good job. So again, a good indicator. And some of the reasons we ask these is if we get into a position where we see that there is not a lot of support for a bond, this can kind of help us understand maybe those reasons why. And then our final question to get a sense of the land here before we got into the particular bond was if they had how they approved or disapproved of the job of the board or the central administration. And that ver X for Y just stands for version X or version Y. Half the respondents were randomly given one set of language, half the other. The reason we did it this way is just to save on, asking 2 seemingly repetitive questions, but knowing that sometimes voters see these entities differently. As a whole, 56% approve, 22% disapprove. It's over a 2-to-1 approval ratio there. We saw a higher percentage of approve for the board and a little bit higher unsure on the administration. The disapproval ratings were the same. All right. So you'll notice that this question here is question number 3. This was one of our initial ballots, and we asked it very early in the survey because we didn't want to start putting up a bunch of other ideas in their head about, financial management and that. So it's very early because we want their initial reaction, and almost like if the election were tomorrow and they walked in off the street and they read the ballot in front of them, how do they feel about that? So for that reason, it's why the question was worded the way it was, where you see the issuance of $839 million for construction and renovation, in the purchase of school buses, and the levying of a property tax increase sufficient and without limit to pay for the principal and interest of the bonds. We're trying to mimic that ballot language. We also told them, by the way, that you're considering calling a bond election and they may be presented with multiple propositions. So as you may know, by state law, you now have to break things up. So we found on this question, 47% would vote for and 39% would vote against. So a really pretty good place to start with more support than opposition. But we don't quite have 50% yet. And the other thing to note is that the intensity behind those opinions is tied statistically. Those strongly percentages are, to me, more important than the totals, because if you don't feel strongly about something, chances are you're not going to go vote for it or against it. So right now, this tells me that if the election were tomorrow, this could go either way. But again, most districts don't start off in an initial position like this where there is more support than opposition, because you haven't yet even called the election and the average voter doesn't know what the bond would do or what your needs are. When we asked them about their support of $94 million for technology improvements and the purchase of electronic learning devices, we found very similar levels of support in opposition, and you see the same tie with that intensity. Now, it's not the same people supporting both or opposing both. In fact, 41% are in favor of both, 33% are against both, and then you've got a mix of people for one or against the other, or for one and unsure on the other. All right. Two subgroups I wanted to point out to you. One of the things that we do is look at the opinions of those that say they vote all the time versus those that say, well, I vote sometimes. And what you'll notice is that those that say they vote all the time, they lean a little bit against this. So this tells us if the election were actually tomorrow and it was a really low turnout election, this probably would go down. When we look at the non-parents, you see that they are more against this, while the parents are more likely to be in favor of it. So this lets us know, again, if at this point, before we've even done education, getting the parents to the polls is going to be important. But you'll also see later on what the non-parent approval ratings or support rather can be with more information. The same is sort of true with the technology piece. You get a little bit more leaning against with the most likely voters and also with those non-parents. Again, this isn't really anything unusual. It's very common for bonds to start off in this place. So then we went through a series of informative statements. One of the sections was about the tax impact and really the lack thereof. And we wanted to ask this question, but it's really kind of just to help set up this conversation. This can be kind of a lot of information to communicate to a voter over the phone in one question. So we sort of had this conversation with them, and we first said, did you know that school districts have to seek voter approval even when there isn't a tax rate increase? 57% know this, but 42% don't know that. We asked them if they'd be surprised to know that you can pass or issue up to $1 billion in bonds without a tax rate increase. 54% would be surprised to know that. You'll notice that there's a ver-y there. So half the time we said that, would you be surprised that due to growth in the tax base and the paying off of past bonds, you can do this without a tax rate increase. They're less surprised when you give them kind of a reason why. So when you say, oh, we can do this without a tax increase, being able to explain it a little bit can make it seem more, I guess, reasonable or believable. So then we asked them, okay, well, knowing that there won't be a tax rate increase, how would you support these bonds? And 72% would vote for them, 19% would vote against. And you'll see that the intensity is 4-1. Then we had to come back, and this is a complicated topic, because we have to say now the state law requires these ballots to say this is a property tax increase. That's because taxpayers are being asked to extend the tax rate to pay for new debt. So knowing this, how do you vote for these bonds? 57% would still vote for, but you'll notice the intensity is a little tighter now, 28 to 20. So after this series of questions about the tax rate, we've told them that the tax rate won't increase, but it's gonna say that on the ballot by law. We then went through a series of projects that were presented in random order, but I'm showing you these projects listed in their support, based on most supportive. We won't read them all verbatim here, but just to tell you that, first of all, you have a majority of support for all the projects that we tested. We asked voters, or we told them that the bond would allow for maintenance and repair of buildings, improvements to CTE programs, buses, safety, security. We mentioned growth 2 ways. We told them about your growth statistics, and then we just told them in general the bond would allow you to accommodate growth. By the way, half the time we said it would allow you to stay ahead of growth, and half the time we said it would allow you to keep up with it. Keeping up with growth was a little bit better than staying ahead of it, so they want you just to do enough just to keep up. And the other thing I'll point out is later on I'll show you how we looked at these for which messages were really the most impactful. The growth statistic wasn't that impactful, and it doesn't surprise me because so many people already know you're growing, right? So that's good information, but it's not something you need to tell them. They already get it. We told them some of the ways you would address growth with the new school buildings. We talked about some improvements for specialized high schools, the admin building, some fine arts, so lots of things here. Then we had 4 other statements that we read them before we asked those informed positions. We told them the Citizens Committee was working on these, working to study the needs of the district, and this would include the recommendations that all students would benefit from this bond, even though the funds would be allocated based on need. Question 27 we put in there just to see how people would react. We told them that you can't pay teachers more money with this. That's sometimes a complaint people hear about bonds, and we wanted to know if people hear that, how do they feel? And they're supportive enough of the bonds that I mean, you see the opposition went up a little bit, but there's still enough support there. You see there's more opposition than support on the last question, which is we told them you're still paying off some debt, and this is going to take another 30 years to pay off. We knew this would be negative. We wanted to put something negative there, so if the respondent heard something negative in spite of all the other projects, is that going to make them change their mind? So with all of that, we came back again and asked them the same questions, and we see that support increased 10 points from where we started on the general bond. And now you see there is more strong support than strong opposition, which is the most important thing. And you see the same movement with the technology. So people are supportive of the specific projects, and they're supportive of these bond packages or proposals once they've heard more about them. Again, it's not the same people. You got some people that are for one or for the other, but luckily you've got over 50% on both. And this shows you kind of where we ended up with our subgroups. And you'll see on the first one, the general bond, you've got more strong support than strong opposition with those that vote all the time, as well as those that don't vote all the time, and more support than opposition with the parents and the non-parents. So both of those groups were able to move, so it kind of points to the need to communicate to the most likely voters. They're showing up anyway, and we know that they're kind of leaning against, but we can make them be supportive if they learn more information. Those non-parents as well, but we really increased the support among the parents too. You'll see on the technology with the non-parents, it's a pretty close spread, right? So that's going to be one that you know you're winning almost as many as you're a little bit more than you're losing with that group. So getting those parents to the polls is going to be really important for that one. So what we did is we took all those projects and statements, and we looked at how they correlated with support of the bond. If you remember back, you saw like 75% favored a lot of those projects, but you didn't get 75% on the informed ballot. It was like 57%. That's because a lot of times voters may like a project. I mean, it's kind of hard to even imagine anyone that would be against safety and security, but there were some people. But it doesn't mean they're going to vote for the bonds to do that. So we looked at what's the correlation between projects and support, and we found that we found some interesting things when we looked at the best pieces of information. First of all, just talking about maintenance and repair of your buildings was an umbrella message that worked really well with parents and non-parents. And then when you look at the total sample, we saw technology improvements, accommodating growth, really in questions 15 and in question 14. 15 was the specifics of how you're going to accommodate it. 14 was the more generalized. With parents, it was really improvements to technology, safety, security. What is that? Bringing schools to the same standards as older schools, the same standards as newer schools, and CTE. And for the non-parents, it's more growth into some CTE. So when you look at it, let's bring all this up here. So the parents are really focused on, it's not that they don't care about the growth, but the things they really liked are how are the schools themselves now going to improve. So all these improvements to schools was really exciting for them. For the non-parents, they know the growth is here, and so that was really kind of the thing that really is motivating them to be most supportive of the bond. So just to conclude real quick, two really healthy indicators for moving forward: good district image, and an understanding by 2/3 of the respondents that you need more schools and classrooms. Good starting point with more support than opposition on the ballots initially, but the intensity is tied. We see that with information, we can move the numbers with more strong support than opposition. And the regression analysis really helps us know what is most important to communicate to different voters. So I know that's a lot of data at once. We kind of jokingly say it's like trying to drink through a fire hydrant, but do you have any questions for me right now?
Board members? I think a conclusion I drew was if our voters have more information, that helps them make an informed choice.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Well said.
Okay. Well then, all right. Well, if that's it, then we'll go ahead and move on to our next item.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
I thought we were going to do a break after this one. Y'all want to take a break now? That's what I'm saying. This one could take a while, I'm being told. So why don't we go and take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. So, all right, let's do that.
looks like it's all that's left.
Well, this is that's where I dropped it. I'll stay here, I guess.
You want me to switch?
All right, board members, we are back from our break. You'll notice that now it turns out how we scaffold our agenda is it has a few of the heavy subjects up top, and then the discussions will be lighter as we move throughout the evening. We do have another lengthy discussion, I'm guessing, coming up. Governance item B3, discussion of the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee recommendations and other items related to possible future bond election.
All right, I've got the clicker. We're going to be clear and concise. That's what I was described or told I should be. So yes, we'll see how that works. So purpose of our presentation tonight is to answer your questions from July 6th, continue the discussion, and provide some clarifying details relative to the CFAC proposal. So we're going to start out with the portion of the proposal relative to schools of choice. And if you'll recall back in the fall, Jimmy and I came to you and talked about thinking outside the box and looking at long-range facilities planning and talking about two goals and how we could work with them in tandem. Number one, enhancing student experience, like you see there on the screen, such that we could increase opportunities and access and choice for our students, while at the same time, conceptualizing how we can manage growth in facilities in such a way that maximizes our resources. And those three bullets you see under there are relative to how schools of choice can potentially do that by attracting students strategically from across the district, by their smaller enrollment numbers, which allow for greater facilities flexibility, and their overall reduced footprint compared to a comprehensive high school. This, at its most basic, is the schools of choice portion of the CFAC proposal, and I'm going to jump into some of those details that you've been asking for, and I'm going to be clear and concise when I do that. Before I do that, though, I know it's super important to give a brief explanation of how the CFAC committee, the CFAC High School Subcommittee, and then the overall recommendation was arrived at and what information was used to come up with the plan. So we've been working on this and gathering information on this for the last 3 years, 3 years plus. When you think back to DWIC and the Program Advisory Committee, that committee, every member of DWIC worked in that committee for 2 years to develop recommendations around opportunities and programs that they wanted to see in the district. And we have that information and we use that information. A lot of you attended the community conversations along with over 4,000 of our community members in each of our feeder patterns that we held, where we got great insights. 2 equity forums, a special ed symposium. All that information was tapped into. And then we got the latest information from the Central Texas workforce data. We looked at the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics data on occupational trends. And we brought all of that information to bear. We also actually, one more thing, we looked at Texas and successful schools of choice that were already in place, that were thriving, and that were actually, a lot of nationally ranked schools. And then across the United States, what was working, what were some formulas that were working. And that is where the recommendations that I'm going to share some detail on right now come from. So the first one you all are familiar with, the new facility for New Hope High School. And that really is the number one, the OG of schools of choice in our district. If you'll recall, this was on our last bond, and it did receive a high ranking, but didn't quite make the final cut. And the bond committee talking about it really feels that a new facility for New Hope is overdue. And for those of us who have been over there, and Alexis and I were there kind of recently, and it seems like just yesterday, we should go again. They are ready for a new facility. The students that are struggling in our district, students that have life situations that require more flexibility and support, deserve, in the committee's opinion, the same level of quality, high level of quality of facilities that Leander's known for and that Jimmy builds every day. And so that's why this is on the bond proposal for a new build, recommended to be on our Halsey property. It would increase our ability to serve students. We could serve more students. It will work in tandem with our academic redesign that, with the post-secondary focus and expanding CTE opportunities, and also increase flexibility with what can be done online and virtual as well. And there's an asterisk down there that's actually on every slide, just to remind people at home that even though with this current proposal and how it sits, High School 7 is not on this bond proposal, but would still be slated to look at a future bond and an opening in 2028,
Matt,
29.
You made the statement that this was on the bond, but it didn't make the cut. You don't mean it was on the ballot. You
No,
mean
ma'am.
it was on the bond committee's discussion.
Proposal,
and it did
yes,
not
ma'am.
go to the ballot.
Thank you for the clarification. That is absolutely right.
Matt, can you talk just a little bit to expected capacity or target capacity for expanded New Hope?
Sure, and so we are looking at over 200 up to 400 students, even more. But the important thing about the Halsey property and some of the other pieces of the proposal I'm going to talk to relative to partnerships with ACC at the San Gabriel campus is that building multiple programs or schools of choice on a single site will allow us for some not only economy of cafeterias and some of those common areas, but also it will blur the line with what a student's doing. So when we have a school of choice and those students are in the cafeteria or those students are working in collaborative groups, and we have students from the New Hope High School in the same area, and they're intermingling and talking, and then when we have New Hope kids going and taking, really taking more advantage of dual credit and CTE opportunities, it's really going to blur the line on what type of student they are. We do want to still support students, so we still will support and identify and work with students who are struggling, but really what we want it to become is that people are seeing it not through a deficit lens of this is where kids go when they can't hack it at the comprehensive high school, but this is another environmental option that meets the students' needs better. So I'm sorry, I know that was a long answer. I'm going to shoot for to be more clear and concise as we continue on. The next piece of the recommendation is relative to an early college high school, and in a minute I'm going to address the purpose piece. I just want to talk about where we're at so far with that, so you know that we have been doing some of the legwork there. First thing I want you to know is that we have been meeting with ACC representatives, and we have put in an application to be able to plan. We're not getting out ahead of ourselves or over our skis on this, but we are have been approved to plan for an early college high school, and we have been engaging in that initial planning. Dr. Gearing and our team has met with Dr. Rhodes, the president of ACC, and his team to talk about location and talk about programming, and they're really excited about the possibility or the potential for teaming with us on this. We've toured the campus with ACC to look at the facilities itself and the space, and they are, again, enthusiastic, and the space is there to begin the early college high school on the ACC campus for the first couple years. And the bond proposal does call for a new build, and the primary objective based on cost and based on opportunities and benefits to students is to build that new build on the ACC property. There is also a contingency for that Halsey complex as the location, depending on how that works out. Now, when we talk about why we would want an early college or how that, what an early college high school can do for us, you can see that and I have some data on the next slide, so I'm excited to get to that, but it reduces barriers to college access. It really, that big piece, 60 plus college credit hours, and most will earn an associate's degree, and that is free. That is at no cost. That's 2 years of college for students. And keep in mind, we do have our students who are economically disadvantaged, our data on that, our percentage has been rising in the last year. And those students could highly benefit from that type of a leg up. It does provide additional and more intensive, comprehensive wraparound supports, both social and academic for students, and really that seamless transition where from high school, the best way I could say it was from high school to college, but really you're already in college before you even graduate. So it takes away some of that potential gap, which we see on this next slide. So this is some data from the class of 2020, and the bar on the left is students who have met TSI, or the Texas Success Initiative, and are considered by the state of Texas to be college ready. You'll see that there are 2,178 of our students who met TSI. Of those students that met TSI and are considered college ready, 24% of them did not enter a 2-year or 4-year college the fall following graduation. Those students are prime if we could have tapped into them and got them excited and talked to them about the potential back at the middle school, which is where that type of discussion it starts. Also, even more so when you look at the students who did not meet TSI and were not considered college ready at graduation, 63% of those students did not enter college in the fall, and the 37% that did, although I don't have hard data, but based on what I know about universities and college, 9 out of 10 of them are taking remedial courses right now in math and or reading, depending on which subject they weren't TSI ready in, and that does not count towards a degree or a major, and is just an additional cost to their folks, and those students could have benefited and would benefit if we had an early college high school in our district. And I am trying to roll, but I will be pausing for questions whenever you need me to. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you show us, not tonight, but
okay.
Can you provide the 2019, class of 2019 data? I'm just wanting to exclude any COVID effects from the class of 2020 data. I don't know that I have a reason to believe that they're different. I just want to make sure that they're not.
Absolutely, and that makes sense. And it'd probably benefit us in our work to be able, if it showed that there was some, a lower percentage due to COVID, but I think it's going to show you something very similar to what we have here for 2020, but I'll get that to you for a Friday memo next week, if that makes sense. So for the school of choice number 3, it would be part of that Halsey property complex. That's the recommendation. And the final programmatic theme is to be determined, because we would be the next steps would be to go back to the community and really get that more granular feedback, that up to the minute feedback from our community and from our students, through surveys, through forums, through interest, just conversations. Mr. McKay's talked about that on several occasions, and we would definitely need to do that. As far as, and also, the Central Texas Workforce Commission data, it can change over time, of course, and so we would be doing that based on what the high school subcommittee brought to the overall, I'm not sure, is it called the executive committee? I'm sorry, Jimmy, I couldn't remember. Their recommendation is, in particular, the top 2, which we've talked about at some length prior to this, to consider, to look at a STEM IT, computer sciences. We talked a little bit, Madam President, about cybersecurity earlier today, and all of those things make a whole lot of sense to the committee. Also health professions, which is by every measure the number 1 occupational need across a number of different particular specializations, both in Texas and the nation, and probably across the world. Truthfully, we didn't look at that data. And then there is some discussion out there about like more of a school of innovation or design thinking that could have a different CTE theme or a kind of a number of different areas of specialization relative to that. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the other strategies that we've worked together, Jimmy and I have worked together, and a lot of us have worked together on, truthfully, to meet those two goals of enhancing student experience and maximizing resources. Early childhood, you all have been very instrumental in making this come to fruition relative to enhancing or expanding the opportunities for our youngest learners. I think that's, I've said before, that's the most powerful and proactive investment that we can make to increase opportunities and close achievement gaps and really get our students access to advanced programs, college, and all that. The bond committee, as you saw, did have as a part of their proposal strategic investments of funds at Nauman Elementary and Fabian Elementary in particular. And the reason why those two campuses were targeted is because there's a number of reasons. Number one, they were targeted as underutilized facilities. So we have placed our largest early childhood and our growing early childhood communities there. And they are also some of our oldest facilities. And so, while we have more of those little miniature people running around those campuses, we need the kinder area just can't accommodate all like the bathroom needs and things. So those campuses in particular need some additional retrofitting to meet those needs of our early childhood learners. So. Also, they recommended that we put a new 18+ services facility on the bond, and many of you have seen stories on those kids and know all the great things that are happening to our graduates that enter. They're amazing. The graduates that enter our 18+ services, our teachers and our educators that work in the 18+ services programs are awesome. And the portable out behind Cedar Park just is not cutting it, folks. It's embarrassing. And again, those students deserve, in the opinion of the committee, the same high. I mean, we have awesome facilities across this district, and all kids need those type of facilities. And so that's kind of, in a nutshell, what we're talking about as far as that strategy to really enhance their experiences and their opportunities and really expand the educator's ability to work with those kids to develop, to become independent, to become productive and successful and happy in their post-secondary lives. Last thing I thought was relevant to this discussion as we talk about facilities and maximizing resources is the Vista Ridge High School expansion. The enrollment numbers at Vista are increasing. And as of today, we had talked a little bit about Cedar Park High School, and the committee talked a lot about Cedar Park High School. Two things came into play there. Number one, we looked at data. Jimmy and I talked and looked at enrollment data for Cedar Park today. It's over projections. And so really we are not seeing, and the committee members really did not feel confident that the demographer's report on the declining enrollment was necessarily going to be a certainty, so they wanted to remain flexible there. And there really was not necessarily an appetite for putting a school of choice on a current campus. So they did recommend that we expand Vista Ridge so that we have that increased capacity. So the slides are a little out of order. Just wanted to give you an example. I'm not going to go through every bullet, blessedly for y'all, but just an example of a process and a timeline for developing the school of choice from next month until it opened. This one in particular is relative to the early college high school, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. And as far as next steps, again, the biggest next step that we would be taking based on your discussions and what you decide you want to do would be going back to our community in multiple different methods, multimedia, in person, with surveys, and really find out what our needs are, what our community needs, what our students want and need, what the workforce trend data says, and then finalize what those school of choices would be, in particular that school of choice 3, and then we are looking to continue planning for that early college high school, which is not really contingent upon the bond because we can open it on the ACC campus and have it going for a number of years before we need a building. I think it'd be ideal to have the building on this bond, however, and that's what the committee recommended. And also redesigning New Hope, we're going to continue working on the academic piece, the opportunity piece, but that facility is maxed out, and we can't do some of the things that we'd like to do relative to expanding CTE opportunities and serving more kids. And there has been the last, I don't know, number of years, the waiting list has been pretty big, and I'm hesitant to quote a number for you, but I think it was 60, 70 plus kids every year, and would have even been more if we were creating as we create a model that is less deficit focused and more focused on meeting the diverse needs of our students and providing that smaller learning environment. So I'm going to hand it over for major maintenance, but I just wanted to leave you with a couple of interesting thoughts as I was pouring through some additional research that I thought might make sense to consider.
Matt, can I ask a question real quick about your school of choice? These 3 schools, are they going to be open to all? Is there going to be a lottery system? What does that look like? Are we going to, have a certain, I know in some schools I've been in, you've got to have like certain requirements to get into that magnet school or that school of choice. Like, have we got to that point yet?
So we do want to continue working collaboratively to iron out those details, but in general terms, it would be open to all, and then there would be a lottery system because especially as the schools really kick in and people realize the benefits, there generally are more students that apply and are interested than there are spots.
I have a quick question. I'm really interested in the early childhood development and especially all of the programs that speak to or try to address economically disadvantaged and our historically underserved populations. Has there been any discussion, or is this part of the plan to include all of the supports that we will need to get them to those schools, such as transportation? Is that factored in anywhere?
So I have a pretty good idea what I want to say, but I want to gather some research to make sure I'm saying the right thing. What I do know, and I do want to talk to John Graham specifically about what we've got factored in for transportation. We do have transportation for students to get to their early childhood, to their early childhood communities that we have placed them in, and we do our best to get them as close to their homes as possible. But as you know, and we've had multiple conversations about this, there are, we're coming up on 29 elementaries, and we have 12 or 13, but we don't have that many communities because we want it in order to be able to afford to have the types of resources and stuff that we need. It's strategic and it's more economical to do it on less campuses, and also just based on some of the numbers can get pretty low campus by campus, so you group them. But first of all, I'm really thankful. We've done a lot. You've done a lot in the last couple of years. We went in, when we got that House Bill 3 information about full day pre-K, we didn't drag our feet on that. We went in full bore, and the full day pre-K that is free of charge at no cost is for those socioeconomically disadvantaged. There's other contributing factors as well, language, military, and a couple other things. But that, when you look at those numbers, when we went to full day pre-K, that's when our families were able to take advantage of it because of, working and things like that. When we're going to offer half day for 3-year-olds. I so pleased when you approved us to do that, and we are getting 3-year-olds involved. The advertising and the work with SCR, and it has been amazing. So I just want to thank Corey and his team for really making it work. And you've probably seen the banners on the fences outside every one of our elementary schools. Dr. Gearing's not talking about the pending numbers. We're getting close to getting all the pending students into the enrollment. Pretty much every kid that's trying to get in is meeting the criteria. So where we looked at that number, that's almost 900 just with the pre-K alone. We're getting towards 1,000 kids, and that is, last year during COVID it was 500, and the year before when we had half day it was just over 200, 250. So that right there is a testament to what we are able to accomplish working together. So I just appreciate that, and I can gather some more of the details for you, Mr. McKay, and get that to you.
Rhetorical question, really. I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of that, right?
Yep.
These programs that we're coming up with and these schools and the things that we want to do, especially for our eco-dis and our historically underserved communities, sounds great, but we also need to be able to get them there or make sure that they can get there. So
Yes, sir.
I just want to put that on the radar. So as we get further into these discussions, that's not an INS side, right? That's an M&O, and we have to plan for that. But I want to plant that seed in administration and the community that these are the things that we need to be mindful of so we can really take advantage of these great ideas.
You're absolutely right. I just want to, and I'm sorry, I'll say this and I'll try to be done, is the transportation piece especially makes sense as we get into the upper grades and we look at access to those programs, because we haven't provided transportation for people who wanted to take advantage of programs that are out of their home campus at the secondary level, and we would be aiming to do that. So because if we don't, then the access won't be there, just as you're saying. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Jim, so I took a tour of the transportation department, I think April, I can't remember. That was one of the questions I did ask, and I know that they were really working hard because it was going to, I think this was like the very beginning, and numbers were very slowly coming in, and I know Byron, I think that's his name, I apologize if I got it wrong, was already like, how are we going to ensure that we get these buses out, and how are we going to, because we've got our hubs, and how, I know that they were already working on it about April.
Right, and some of that falls back to us, right? We need to be able to plan for that, budget for that, and make sure that we're supporting that with the necessary funding. So again, it wasn't something that I'm looking for answers, more so than I was just getting that information out there so that all of us, including the community, can be thinking that, there's some other costs.
Yeah, and I kind of drew a blank, but I have undrawn the blank now, and I just want to thank transportation because they've been working with us every step of the way. I don't know how I wasn't going to say that 2 minutes ago, and it's a heavy lift. And what Ann is not saying is there's a lot to transporting an extra 750 students, and the littlest ones at that, and they have been willing and really able partners in that, and every kid is getting the transportation to those early childhood communities. So I apologize for not answering better the first time around.
So I have a couple of comments and questions. First, let me say, as it relates to New Hope, I'm a big supporter. I think this was frankly a miss last bond cycle, and this is something that's overdue. And I think broadly the board and the community support this direction for New Hope. I think including it under the schools of choice umbrella makes sense, but it's not net new for us. I mean, it's expansion of that program. That's all good. That's fine. I don't know that when we talk about schools of choice, that was what we had in mind, but I think it's a great thing to do. And so if we want to put it under that umbrella, that's fine with me. But as it relates to the other secondary school of choice options in the presentation, I'm not really, I don't know, I'm not excited about what I'm seeing, right? And I have some concerns. Let me say first about the early college high school, I don't know that we know that there's demand for it. We've seen some data that says there's a population that we think could benefit from it. That's fine. Is that population geographically in a position to take advantage of it? And is there actual real demand for that school? And without that information, it's hard to get too enthusiastic about that school, that approach. It could work great. I just don't know that we know that yet, right? And so hard for me to get too excited about that. The high school level school of choice, I don't know that we or I necessarily assumed that schools of choice meant secondary or high school specifically. And I'm still struggling with the school of choice versus comprehensive high school. We have New Hope providing some alternative, but the comprehensive high school is designed to provide such a rich fabric of opportunities. Yes, they're a little bit different from school to school and all that, but I'm still struggling to see how many of those high school schools of choice provide overall a better, more complete experience for most of our students. And so I'm struggling with that, I guess. The other thought that occurred to me is you were presenting tonight, we're talking about potentially 3 schools of choice located in the same geo on the north end of our district, and that's going to put a heavy burden on transportation, not just to get kids moved, but for those students who want to participate. How long do they spend on a bus? Even if they're 16 years old or 15 years old or whatever, if they're on a bus for 90 minutes one way because that's what traffic at that time of day looks like, I don't know, is that feasible? Again, I worry about schools of choice located essentially in the same corridor, same place in the district, and does that really achieve our vision for schools of choice? And so that highlights a couple of other things that I feel like we aren't necessarily fully considering or fully leveraging. We've talked about rezoning. Before we start spending a bunch of money to build additional capacity at Vista Ridge, shouldn't we talk about zoning? Is that a better alternative, or what does that look like? And again, transportation, we can build the routes, but are those students going to choose to participate in those programs and sit on those buses or commute those distances independently? I'm concerned that we don't know the answers to too many questions, and we're asking community members to give us money to go build something that isn't quite ready yet or hasn't really been proven to meet community demand.
Matt and Jimmy, when we get done with the presentation tonight, I'm going to ask board members, what are the things we need to know before we're able to make a decision, right? What capacity building, what do we need? So as you put these things together that Aaron talked about, I'd like to consider that focus of kind of, there's some questions that we might ask that sounds almost like administrative or management in the day-to-day details. We're not trying to get there, but maybe that's how we vocalize it. But what we need is that information in the overview area, the process, why are we choosing this, how the overview of it. And then, yeah, of course, if you want to add a few management details, please. But
I have a question.
Yeah.
I know we've met this week because I had a lot of questions in regards to this presentation. Is it possible for us to give our other board members the questions? Because a lot of the questions we asked in this meeting are being presented here. Is it possible for us, I don't know if y'all took notes, I'm sorry, to give our other board members some of the questions that we had in that meeting?
Sure.
In regards to this?
We can put that in a Friday memo. We also have an issue, a section on zoning, Aaron, to your question, coming up as well in this PowerPoint. So maybe we can expand there too when we get there.
Just food for thought, just planting a few seeds when we look at where the explosive growth is, where we look at our where some of our more diverse campuses are, and some of the ones where there is projected some overcrowding. You're looking at that northern region, or you're looking at Glen, you're looking at Leander, you're looking at potentially Rouse, in those areas. That might be find a greater amount of students that would benefit from some of these schools of choice. But look forward to answering more of the questions that you all gather and send to us. And I will hand it to Jimmy.
Can I make one point on piggybacking off your comments? I believe in the student survey data that we had in this packet, we had 43 to 47% of kids who said they did not feel connected to an activity. So I just really want to stress that point, that that's the kid I'm trying to reach here, that we're giving them an additional opportunity outside of the normal athletics, fine arts, that type of thing.
I appreciate that. And we are all committed to meeting all of our students, right? What I don't know is if this set of offerings are going to appeal to those students, right? I don't know if we can build it, but if they say, yeah, that's not it either, where are we then?
I mean, with 43% of 42,000, I think we would capture quite a few. A few, enough.
And Matt, I have a question. So you said you guys have been getting this data for 3 years in regards to school choice. Sorry. Sorry. It's been 3 years, you said. Like, what did that, how did y'all, like, I'm just wondering, like, what data were you, like, just surveying our teachers or like our community? What is that, how were you able to come up with that?
Sure. So I mentioned something that was going on. I don't, again, since COVID, I have a hard time with timelines, but I'll get that specific data for you as well. But a while ago, we embarked on a journey within DWIC through a committee called the Program Advisory Committee. And it was based on feedback that was coming in about a desire for certain types of a lot of STEM stuff, honestly, and some other things, a lot of other things, but a lot of STEM and just some desire for more programs. And so we started, DWIC meets a lot of times during the year, and each time we met, we broke into committees, and at first, we were looking at different grade levels, and then we were looking at different specializations or areas, and over time, we worked through processes, and all of my team was there working with different groups and gathering that information and listening, and a lot of times they wanted our advice, and we did not give it to them. We did not advise them. It's very important. I have a lot of ideas and strong feelings about what we may or may not need to do, but it was important that it came from them, and they did come up with some recommendations, and we were able to work some of those recommendations in, but some of the ones requiring a larger investment at the place where we were at that time, it was a matter of these are additional monies that we don't necessarily really have to make it work. And now Jimmy and I feel like we're in a different place where we're looking at, it's not additional money on top of the money we need to do things the way we've always done it, but it's an opportunity to do things differently and maybe even save a few bucks in the process while expanding opportunities. So we gathered information there, and then the community conversations. Many of you, even before you were board members, went to that. I think, Anna, you even came to one at least. And there were tons of people there, and it was in person. It was great. Hope we don't lose the opportunity to do that again. And we met every feeder pattern, every high school feeder pattern. We had a meeting for each of those. And like I said, then we asked them to do the thought exchange at the end, and we had over 4,000 people fill out the thought exchange. So really, we had closer to 4,500 plus people attending the community conversations. People do sometimes sneak out without doing the thought exchange. I don't always love filling them out either. And that was, our big question was, what are your hopes and dreams for your child? And that just started the ball rolling, and it was talking. It was, doing some of the continuous improvement processes you have gone through with vision and mission with Sarah and the other Sarah and other members of our team. And then it was just conversations, and I loved it. We talked to a ton of people. It was a lot of time. And then, again, and we gathered all that thought exchange was perfect because it helped us. It themed stuff and gave us, recommendations for themes and clustered and told us, hey, people want more programs. They want a wider variety. They want some smaller learning community opportunities. Not everybody, to Mr. John's point, we're not talking about for most of the kids. Yeah, for most of the kids, the vast majority of kids, comprehensive school is the best way to go, and it's awesome. And you want them to have all of those experiences, and kids want all those experiences. Not everybody necessarily wants all those experiences, and that's the feedback we're getting. When we got into the special education symposiums, there was a lot of recommendations that came out of there, and Kimberly Waltman and her team are working on every single one of those, and it's all rolled into this as well. And so, really tangibly, one of the things that I've heard a couple of times just recently is how schools of choice and the schools of choice, the plan we're seeking to do could really tangibly impact equity through that opportunity and access, and really preparing students to really take advantage and of being prepared and able to enter those advanced programs to get on a college track or a great tech track or whatever it is, and not be limited because of what we're doing or the structures we have in place. And so that's why couple of our trustees made the point this evening that early childhood's so important because we have great intervention teams. Our campuses do a wonderful job with trying to catch kids up, trying to get them up to grade level, but that is reactive, right? And we really want to be as proactive as possible and get them when those gaps, those skills and expertise gaps are the smallest. And so I'm so happy that we are able to have that as a part of our plan moving forward. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think process-wise also then as we entered the CFAC process, Matt and his team did a great job of being a resource and informing the steering committee and the high school subcommittee on what these opportunities might look like and how that might work out. And I know Jeremy is here, and I don't know if he might like to speak to this at all, or you may have specific questions for Jeremy too. He's available as a resource.
Jeremy, can you just give us a little bit of insight on your selections of school of choice?
Sure thing. Obviously, this was a huge topic going into it, not only for myself, but the rest of the committee, because we need to get educated on what schools of choice are and what they meant to the district and to the community. And so we did that. Dr. Bench did a great job, his staff, educating on what this meant. But that's just the school of choice, but then what does that mean for our final recommendation to you as a committee? So we had plenty of conversations around this and trying to understand that there is a vision and a purpose behind this. We didn't get into the means and methods of how this would ever be implemented, but when the administration and subcommittees came to us with those recommendations of schools of choice and that they were important for us to consider, and the history of schools of choice and the research and the committees that have been put together on studying this and the discussions that you've had as a board, we felt as a committee that there was a strong backing from just the district in general to create new opportunities. Both opportunities for educational experiences, but also opportunities financially for us to potentially do some neat things, creative things, and put off building the next high school. That's kind of a big decision. So we felt that there was value in this proposal and just schools of choice in general. But we didn't get into the means and methods. We didn't think that we needed to go there. You did ask that we kind of review what ideas there were. Dr. Bentz referenced those there, whether it's health science, it's other ideas behind that. Forgot all of them, but those right there. And so those are the things that we discussed as a committee that made sense to us and that we believe that the community would support and the community needs. We don't know who those people are, but we know that they're out there, and we thought that it would be a good thing to include on the proposal for many, many reasons. We did discuss Cedar Park High School. Put it at Cedar Park High School. There's a lot of conversations about that, and that was not well supported in doing that. Not only because of the demographic report, and do we believe that the enrollment's going to continue to decline? Not really, but again, it's the information that we had. But also just how do you do that? How do you do that on an existing campus? What's that experience like? We felt that there's probably more negative surrounding that than just co-locating them on the Halsey site. Again, Dr. Bentz referenced, that's where the growth is. It's up here in the north. And so kind of all those details made sense, and ultimately why the committee decided as a whole to propose the schools of choice.
So the committee just talked about the Halsey because that's where the growth, because there's many different answers for that, right? Because that's where the growth is. It would hopefully help us from not having to build another one, but it's also where the growth is, and we think students would value that school of choice. Or help me understand the process in choosing that location.
Yes. So that's one of the locations that was brought to us. Understanding that property, what resources do we have currently? Where could we put these? Cedar Park High School was one concept because of the enrollment's projected to go down, so there may be space there. But just looking at a site in general, there wasn't another site that was put in front of us. But to support that, we know where the growth is, and the growth is in the north. And so that made sense to us. I do understand the comment, though. If we want to provide choice.
Well, there's
from
no
the
question
south.
about where the growth is going to be, right? Or where it's going to be greatest and where we're going to need support from a facilities perspective. The question is, what facilities, what programs? And my concern is I don't want to build it assuming that people will choose it, when I don't today have data that says they will choose it if we build it, or data that says not only would they choose it, but they would actually prefer it to a comprehensive high school. I don't have that data. If the alternative is to put a comprehensive high school on the Halsey site, and that's what the community would prefer to have, that's what we should build for them, right?
Understand.
I have a question. Thinking about Cedar Park High School again and thinking about using properties that we already have, I guess I'm not clear on why we wouldn't. I get that there was some negative from the group. Is that just because we're looking at 5A and 6A, or is there actual, is there a reason why that makes financial sense, or was it simply because some people don't want to take the chance of enrollment moving it to a 6A?
Was that part of the discussion? Of course.
Okay.
But just enrollment period. And so if we introduce a new program on a campus and then enrollment doesn't actually show what the projection is, then we have another problem on our hands. So there's a lot of risk involved in that plan. And so there's several reasons that we discussed around why that may not be the most favorable option for schools of choice.
That doesn't preclude us from looking at it in the future if the enrollment does go down. I think there is a great deal of uncertainty. We included Mr. Sloan in the discussions as well, and he's a very reasonable, even-handed, and looks at all sides of the issue as well. And he really presented concurring information with what was being talked about in the committee relative to that the enrollment isn't necessarily going down, that it's been going down for years, but it really hasn't. And at the same time, as I even think about the demographers talking about regeneration and how it's expected any minute, but maybe people aren't moving. If we decide to build a school and the enrollment's already higher than projected today, and by the time we get ready to start making the renovations, they could be up at full capacity. And I would love to build a school of choice there, honestly, and I made that clear to the committee but they made some very good points. And I think by adding the expansion at Vista, that keeps our options open. But I don't know, I don't want to take words out of your mouth or interpret something. That's kind of what I got out of it during your meetings.
I would just add that overcapacity, undercapacity, growing, shrinking, all of that, we sometimes get constrained and see there's sort of tunnel vision around, well, this school's shrinking and this school's growing. And when they're right next to each other, when they share a border and one's growing and the other one's shrinking, you can solve both problems by moving the line. You don't have to build anything. You just change your map and both problems have been solved. I understand that moving kids is more than just redrawing a line, right? But I think sometimes we get this tunnel vision where we get locked into a certain way of thinking, and we don't really consider all of the alternatives, and some of them are a lot less expensive.
Jeremy, your committee did an extensive discussion on this. Did you feel locked in, or now that Aaron's brought that up, can you help enlighten us on kind of the process the committee went through?
On describing Cedar Park versus Vista Ridge versus Halsey.
Did you feel constrained of not being able to think about the zoning? I mean, what did y'all bring into that process?
Okay, so, and I know attendance zoning is later in the presentation, but I'll discuss some of what because it's tied to schools of choice as well. Because when we started as a committee looking at schools of choice, and we're looking, well, could you fix it with boundaries and things like that? But again, that wasn't our charter. Do we believe that attendance zoning is in the near future for some families? Yes. That's just a fact of life here in this district. We don't know what that looks like, where it is, but we didn't want to constrain ourselves in looking at fixing any problems with adjusting attendance boundaries, just because that wasn't our purview. That's not what was included in the charter. Now, what we do believe as a committee is that it's a parallel conversation and discussion, but we believe that it was independent of the work that we were doing and solving solutions, managing projected growth with some of the resources that we were given. I wouldn't say that we felt that we were constrained in any way, that we were limited with the resources that we have.
All right. Can we skip over major maintenance, as we've talked about attendance zoning so much, and go to attendance zoning just so it's in that same thought? And we can come back to major maintenance, but.
Sure, let me, Corey's going to help present this. So, Corey, you want the clicker?
All right. So Jimmy and I have had a lot of conversations about attendance zoning, especially after that July 6th meeting where we had a lot of questions, and to Trustee Johnson's point, regarding the impact and the role that zoning plays in addressing crowding and addressing some of the needs at new facilities. Y'all have been on school boards or part of the community for a long time. We know that when you have overcrowded schools, there's a couple of strategies we have as a public entity. We can build new schools, we can put portables down, or we can rezone and move kids around, and oftentimes it's a little bit of all three that we go about doing. Our process when it comes to zoning has been about a 4-month process to this point, and this is reflective of considering is zoning a consideration we can have in hitting a November timeline regarding a bond. This has been a pretty good process. It's been a great process for what we're trying to achieve, which is we're trying to get a zoning plan out typically 2 years prior to it going into effect, and we're trying to engage community in that one rezoning with that one school at a time. If we were going to consider a more robust district-wide zoning plan, we feel like that would have to be a completely new process and have a longer and different timeline and different factor to just overall consideration. We also wanted to point out informing charters for these zoning discussions that we've had. There's been a focus on things other than school size. Proximity has usually been the top priority for what people want. They don't want to have to Trustees Johnson's point regarding the schools of choice, but people don't want to don't want to be on a bus for a long time. There's an expectation that they're going to be in a school near where they live. Also, time and time again, especially as we get later in this process and it gets more real around zoning, we hear from the community about minimizing change. So our concerns as an administration, if we were going to look at zoning and a more robust district-wide look, that minimizing change would have to be something that would have to have a minimal consideration, right? If we're going to focus primarily on school size and capacity, minimizing change is not going to be something that we're going to be able to focus on or prioritize and accomplish that. I'm going to let Jimmy talk about utilization. And when we do the demographer report every year, and y'all have heard this because Jimmy's presented it a lot of times, there's that brick and mortar, each student gets X amount of square foot when we build a school. Then there's that functional capacity number when you take into factor the special programs. Dr. Bentz's teams have done a phenomenal job. When we have space, we tend to use it. We put special programs in there, we put early childhood programs in there. We also take advantage of things that are very popular in our community, like transfers, which are we're a district that does a lot of in-district transfers, and once you start to build schools, or once you start to enroll schools above close to 100%, you lose that ability for some of that flexibility that our community has gotten used to. Jimmy, do you want to talk about what the 10-year total capacity outlooks look like for our elementary and secondary schools?
One thing I will also add, when you're looking at zoning, typically what we really want to look at is functional capacity, because if you're zoning to move kids over to another campus and they have special programs, the demographer doesn't take those into account. They're just looking at geocoded students, no transfers. And so you've got to look at the total picture of what's going on each campus, then look at your zoning. And so that's what we did with Tarvin and 29. We actually use our functional capacities. And when you look at those numbers, you can see, and we presented this, I believe, in January on our long-range facility plans. You can see elementary-wise, we have 4 elementaries that are underutilized, under 80%. We do have, in 3 years and then 4 years, another 2 elementaries come on board of being underutilized. Of course, you can see where they're falling. Several of them will be in the far south part of our district, and then 4 will be in our Cedar Park area. And so, as we look at our zoning, you can see, we have 4 underutilized for the next few years, but Dr. Bentz is, as he's mentioned, is working hard to move in our early childhood communities into these campuses to build that utilization back up. And so they've been getting higher and higher, and we anticipate doing it. Now, I will say, when you look at the middle school and the high school, when you look at the location of our middle schools, it's hard to do something, because when you think about it, you're having 2 middle schools in the south, potentially 1 underutilized. For us to utilize those, we've either got to do some special school of choice type program or relocate kids out of Cedar Park down there, which is going to be extremely challenging because of the danger, the safety aspect. And so when you have schools in the very south part of our district, you basically are going to limit yourself to schools of choice type solutions. And so elementaries are easier, and I think we're doing a good job of bringing those utilizations back up. Because you look at the demographers report, you'll see a whole lot more schools that are, way underutilized. And so we've actually backed that down a lot. And so I think with what we're doing with the schools of choice, that's going to help our solution. And I think looking at these numbers, we've got to make a decision, I think, as a district, and the board needs to say, what's underutilized? Is 80% acceptable? Because that's where, we think we have enough flexibility to do things within these campuses, but it's still pretty efficiently used.
So we do think that there is value in having a discussion on district-wide building utilization, as Jimmy just indicated, and looking at some of those schools, particularly those 4 to 5 elementary schools and some of those middle, and especially the middle schools. Tough decisions have to be made. The impacts of an actual bond election would dramatically change that conversation. And then again, the unintended consequences, the impact to transportation. What does that do for some of the schools of choice and some of the transportation things that Trustee McKay was talking about? If we're spending all of the transportation dollars and busing kids from Leander into Cedar Park and then Cedar Park down into the 4 Points area to help balance enrollments, what does that do to capacity to bus students for choice programs and things like that? The ability to continue our transferring policies. We're asking it as an administration, if zoning is something that we want to tackle at a district-wide comprehensive level, let's continue with a bond package for November 2021, and then depending on the outcome of that, it could look very different if we have either a scaled-down bond package that doesn't include as many schools as what we have right now, or if it were not to pass. The conversation regarding zoning is much different. We'd look to start that conversation with our community in January, and then with the board's direction in the past, it has been to give plenty of advance notice when we do a zoning. So looking at that not even taking effect until 2023, so that families have that advance notice as to whatever the outcome would that be. It's a very general timeline, but something that we feel like we could hit the mark on.
Board members, questions? All right. Do you want to go ahead, since financial's next up, and go to financial?
Are you ready? Good evening. So we have provided for you, first of all, let me get back to the right place, the information on the different propositions. As you saw in the presentation from Basilise, in the survey, there were two questions asked, with the technology being broken out. So we are sure that we will have two propositions, including technology as a separate proposition. There is still a question as to whether or not the performing arts facility renovations will be a separate proposition. There is a call with the Attorney General on that topic tomorrow. So at this point, we do believe there will be at least two propositions, and so wanted to update you on that information. So Blake, do you want to speak about the assumptions that were used in building out the pro forma?
Sure. Thanks, Elaine. My mic on. So good evening, Board. Superintendent Gearing, thanks for having me this evening. My name is Blake Roberts with PFM Financial Advisors, the district's financial advisor. What we were asked to do over the course of a few months, actually, with the advisory committee and now this evening, is really assess the district's ability to issue bonds and in what amounts. And so over the last few months, we've worked on various capacity models to determine sort of at a given bond amount, what could the district afford to do. The good news is, from an affordability standpoint, from a bonding size standpoint, the question before you is not, can we afford to do this? So whether it's 900 million, something less than that, at the existing tax rate, given what we view as, I think, reasonable assumptions for future tax base growth, you can afford to bond for the amount of 933, which is what's being discussed this evening. So again, this number isn't our endorsement or recommendation. It's simply, at this number, how would this look from a capacity standpoint? So we outlined a few assumptions for bond issuances following a November 2021 presumed successful election. So to start, you do have some authority from 2017 that will be issued potentially in 2022, subject to board approval. There's about $65 million in remaining 2017 bond authority that we intend to issue in 22. As we've previously discussed, the Wells Fargo note program would be used for some of that, and then once we are ready in 2022 to issue bonds, we do that. So we have that in our model, followed by $933 million issued in installments over a 5-year period. For tax-based growth assumptions, 15% is what we are going to experience this coming fiscal year, so that's embedded, followed by 10% the following year, and then we ramp down growth to 5% the subsequent year, 3% in 2025, 1% in 2026, and then constant thereafter. What I would say is that the level of tax-based growth is the driver of capacity. So what informs capacity? Well, it's tax-based growth, it's the tax rate, it's bond structures, it's the ability to refund and prepay debt, but the most important variable really is the tax-based growth. And you're approaching 30 billion in value. You're exceeding that this year. Tax rate, we assumed a 4.625 penny INS tax rate this year, followed by a 46-cent constant tax rate thereafter. Again, interest rate assumptions also come into play. We assumed a AAA rated PSF-backed bond, AA underlying rating. Again, very strong bond ratings the district possesses. We also assumed, although your capacity isn't predicated upon this, but we do assume that the district continues its early retirement of debt with INS cash. We're assuming current interest bonds only, no CAB issuances. We're assuming 30-year level debt service structures, very plain vanilla bond structures. What we do see is that there is potential if we want to move to a 25-year bond, shorten amortization if that's the desire of the board. But for now, we've kept it at a 30-year level debt service structure. We do recognize that technology is a part of this, and other potential propositions would include shorter useful life assets. So there is the capacity inside of our model to amortize some of those assets on a shorter basis, just as a consideration. Next slide. So this colorful graph is a graphical depiction of what will follow, which is a financial capacity model. I'll try to walk you through what this is showing. And the colors are a little bit blurry, even for me looking at it from here. But the base case is the lower blue, well, let me back up. This is a graphical depiction of both existing debt service and then future debt service. So the lower blue bars that comprise the biggest portion of this graph are your existing scheduled debt service. So if nothing changed, we did no more bond issuances, no more refundings, that's your existing debt service at about 111 million this coming fiscal year, about 109 following that, and then it begins to drop off. So that's the left axis where you see millions of dollars. That millions of dollars represents existing and future debt service. We then layer on in issuances in 2022, 23, 24, 25, and 26, new bonds. And so the assumptions that we embedded here were a 2022 bond issuance of 165 million, comprised of 65 from your 17 authorization, and then 100 to start the 2020-21 bond authorization. We then issue 225 in 2023, 225 in 2024, 225 in 2025, and then 183 in 2026. So that sort of exhausts the assumed 933 in authority. We can move those numbers around. There was not really a precise reasoning here other than in visiting with Elaine. It would be issued in installments and recognizing that this wouldn't all occur at one time. You do have capacity to issue more in year one. You could issue less. Really, becomes a Tetris game after a while. Then what you have that's pretty important is the gray dotted line above. That's the estimated interest and sinking fund revenue budget at an assumed tax-based growth rate that we described previously, and the tax rate that we're holding constant at 46 cents. I think what you can see is where, as we're issuing debt, you have capacity, and then as you get closer to 2026 and 27, that narrows between that revenue line and debt service. So in the early years where you do have capacity, that's where we're using cash to prepay bonds. That's where we're potentially amortizing more bonds up early. But that is sort of how this flows through from a future debt standpoint. Interest rate assumptions, 3.5% in the first 2 years of issuances. Rates are very low now. Potentially rates go up, so we assume rates increase to 4% in 24, and then 4.5% in 25, and 2026. Again, that is impactful, but not as impactful as tax-based growth and the tax rate. So this slide is the financial model, and it's the numbers behind the graph I just showed you. I won't dwell too much on this other than this just, I think, is the numbers behind the graph. And again, I think what you would focus on is just the annual issuances that we assumed. And I misspoke. We had 225 and 225 issued in 23 and 24, and then 225 if you're doing the math. So that's how this would potentially flow. And then again, column 13 shows the ability to use existing INS revenue to prepay debt. And actually, if you'll skip to the next slide, this is really impactful. You, as a board, have decided to use the INS tax rate to both pay existing debt service and then also prepay some of that expensive capital appreciation bond debt that's outstanding. And we have aggressively attacked that. You can see in the last 5 years how we have used excess cash to defease bonds and contribute towards refundings to prepaid debt. The blue there sort of shows the estimated amount available in the future. Certainly that could be diminished if we amortize new money principal earlier or if tax rates change, but this is the base case for the cash we would be continuing to deploy towards cabs to retire your debt. So again, my takeaway from this is from a financial capacity standpoint, you do have the capacity. This is not our endorsement of what you should do. It's simply showing you that at this number, you could afford to do it at the tax rates we've projected. Happy to answer questions about the model.
Yeah, thanks for the explanation. I think this is all relatively standard fare for us at this point. We've been through multiple rounds. I do have one area of a little discomfort or anxiety, and that's around the AV assumptions. Historically, well, if you go back many years ago, when the district was growing really rapidly, we did embed some relatively large assumptions or expectations around AV growth. And that created a bit of a challenge for us if we had a down year and those growth rates didn't materialize. The longer term trend continues to be pretty positive for us, and I don't think that changes. The year one assumptions, those I think come from our taxing authorities, and so those are pretty close to what we anticipate seeing. It's the year two, year three where I get a little uncomfortable. It's been a long time since we predicted a double-digit AV percentage growth in year two, and so I would feel more comfortable if we toned that down a little bit, and maybe the same thing in year three, just a little bit. We know that's probably not the way things will play out, but I also don't want our model to be made fragile because we expected a big growth rate in AV in year two, and we don't see it for one reason or another, one economic shock or another. And then the subsequent growth rates kind of compound on that expectation. If we don't see it and those are a little slower coming at that particular point in time, I don't want those to compromise our model. So it would be helpful to me to see those around maybe a 5% AV growth in year two, and then 5, 4, 3 or something like that softens that just a little bit so that it takes us a little longer, I know, to get then that top curve where it is in the current models, and it may change just a little bit how we allocate some of the bond sales. But for me, that would help me feel a little more comfortable that we're not potentially victims of an economic shock we can't foresee in the next couple of years, right?
And in addition to that, like I think that's fine to look at those numbers, of course. I'd also like to know, based on your projections, what you think. So if you think 5 actually is too much and you want to do 3, or you think 10 is great and you actually were going to do 11, I just need something that gives me an estimation from the expert's point of view where you would have landed on those numbers.
Sure.
So if I may, I will tell you where the 10 came from. So the 15 for fiscal 22 is what our certified estimate values were in April. We have received Travis County certified values. They're right at what the April numbers were. We were still waiting WCAD numbers, but we were told in the spring to expect the same level of growth for next year because there's been so much growth this year. Remember, we're capped, taxpayers are capped at 10% of that increase, and so next year would be taking in the additional. I appreciate your point. There's always the opportunity for an economic downturn that could change that. So we're happy to run models with a lower number, but the reasoning behind the 10 is what we were hearing from the appraisal districts.
And will y'all look at it now with this information and looking at the lower number, come back to us and tell us what your estimation is and why you would say a number, just so we have some comparison?
Just for commentary, the model was never designed to try and predict what was actually going to happen, right? It was because if we're right great. If we're wrong, we're in trouble, right? It was always intended to be a slightly conservative look that was also based in reality and kept us on kind of a likely growth trajectory. So it's not that I question the direction of experts or others. It's that the model is intended to stay on the conservative side of those recommendations or those data points so that we make sure we never have a problem.
And that's an interesting point. If we're going to run those numbers on that conservative side, let's go ahead and do what we would do if that happened, which is keep the tax rate the same, right? You show a decrease, another decrease of a, what is it? Yeah, 0.25%. So let's go ahead and keep the tax rate then just the same, which is what we're going to tell taxpayers anyway. I mean, we're hoping we can decrease it by another 0.25%. Do you see that on INS? From 0.4625?
Right, it goes from 0.4625 to 0.46.
So we're actually, right now in this model, planning to do a tax decrease.
Right.
But let's say if there was an economic downturn and we kept it the same, so let's make sure we're looking kind of at comparison together. So.
Yeah, I would say these are great comments, and this is modeling bond capacity is really an exercise, and it's a challenging exercise because on one hand you risk overstating capacity, to your point, if something changes. On the other hand, you could understate capacity, and so I think just to clarify and to confirm Elaine's point, that the projections that we're making in this model, 15% isn't so much an assumption as it is that's what's happened this year. Where we begin to forecast is for the first time in that 10% rate, and we can absolutely sort of ramp that down to if it's 10, 5, and 3, what does it look like at a 5, 3, and 1? I think where you are in a good spot is you do have that early year capacity where where the model could be fragile at this point is, less ability to use cash to prepay debt. We'll know in a year from now, where we have those big chunks of bonds coming, what growth looks like next year, and that will give us a really good sense of, can we be a bit more, can we issue more, or do we need to sort of pause and sort of how can we assess the issuance? So certainly appreciate the commentary. That is helpful. We don't want to be aggressive and out over our skis in terms of forecasting. I will also just say my expertise, unfortunately, is not in the AV growth forecasting, but we can, make a best guess and be conservative as we develop a debt structure model. But great comments and feedback. Certainly appreciate it.
All right, board members, if it's okay with y'all, I wanted to have us out of here somewhere near midnight, and I am estimating approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours of discussion because we still have a second close to go with. So I'd like to take the major maintenance discussion and move it to our next meeting. Board members, though, this is your call. If you want to, we're going to be here a little later because there's still more content. Do y'all want to take up major maintenance tonight, or can we move it to our next meeting? Okay, so we'll move the major maintenance discussion to our next meeting. Board members, is there anything else we want district to bring us as we continue to consider this issue?
There we go. So my question becomes, do we split this bond into two? Are we looking at, we're comfortable with what the survey said and want to go out for a $900 million bond? Or are we wanting to hot dot items? Or like, what is the appetite of our board? Because if you split it into two, you'd have 3 years at $615 million. If you just look at how they demoed it here. But I think
I'll have to consider that. So let me ask you to make sure I understand what you're saying. When you say split it into two, are you thinking of reducing the timeline? So I think, Jeremy, what did your committee consider as far as going out to bond every time? And was that even, let me ask y'all's process. Did y'all talk about possibly making them shorter and splitting it into two?
Well, what we wanted to do is get kind of a temperature of administration on and look at historically what we've done. Where we landed on where we planned for was for a 4-year bond cycle. And we discussed others, but it actually becomes difficult for Jimmy actually to implement a lot of these things that quickly. So we landed on 4 every 4 years, but we didn't really look at splitting them and doing things like that you're discussing right now.
So my question is going to be very similar. I didn't try for a long time, but I tried for a little time to find something, just a one-pager that would help me understand what the annual amounts are. So if it's a 4-year bond and it's $900 million, then what's year 1, what's year 2, what's year 3, what's year 4. It's probably in some of the materials we've already seen, but I just couldn't put my hands on it. I think if we could see something like that on a one-pager, I think that would facilitate this conversation. I think I have a similar question about, is the number associated with a 3-year outlook a little smaller and maybe a little bit easier to sell, and then we come back to the community again for another 3 or 4 year bite after that.
All right. Also, if y'all can bring us back an update if you get any more information on the ballot language too. All right. Anything else?
Just a quick question on how much more time the board feels like they need to have conversation in future meetings, just so that we can kind of plan if we need additional meetings, or if the board may need to consider how much more conversation they need.
Board members, do you think we should go ahead and look for a workshop date? Or do you feel like we can build capacity in these meetings?
I mean, we were able to meet with them outside of the board. I don't see why, as board members, we can't make that, to go meet with y'all and ask questions. I mean, that's our obligation as a board member. I don't think we need a special meeting.
Yeah, I guess it's reaching out, asking the questions we need beforehand, and then being able to come here and move things along. So I don't think we need a workshop. I think we can do that here. But are you asking how much more here?
Well, so just to clarify, so you have a decision ahead of you of whether you will call a bond or not. The deadline for you to do that is August 16th. We have an August 5th meeting, and then there isn't another scheduled meeting before August 16th. So you have the choice of making this decision on August 5th, or we need an additional meeting at some point, either a special meeting to make that choice, or if you need more conversation other than on August 5th, we just need to know the plan, because it's difficult for us to just...
Well, and I think that's why I asked my question the way I did. I am not comfortable going to bond for $933 million. So knowing that going into this conversation, which route should we be asking questions on?
I tend to agree with Alexis, and I said this at the last meeting. Close to $1 billion in bond in one fell swoop is a monumental bite. I feel much more comfortable making this a more manageable number and going to the voters twice. I think, and Christine said something about, we're not going to do all of this, we're not going to get a bucket full of money right in the beginning. We sell the bonds as we need it. And I considered that a lot, and I was like, well, that does make sense. But if we split this in half, my personal feeling is we get to bring the community along in a closer walk in doing this twice, instead of, well, give us $1 billion now and we'll see you again in 6 years. I would be much more comfortable. What do we absolutely have to do right now? Bond for that, and then 3-4 years later, we do it again and get the other half. That's where my appetite is right now, but I'm willing to listen.
Wasn't there also some possibility of using some of the 2017 money for some of these projects to bring that number down? And I don't know what the number was, but does that get us closer to something you'd be more comfortable with?
And that's a great question, right? As you were starting to ask that question, I'm like, well, what am I comfortable with?
Right.
I'm not sure, but my only option right now is $933 million, and I can tell you I'm not comfortable with that. It's something I'm going to have to spend some time and, to Anna's point, ask questions. That's our responsibility. I've been trying to get my head around this, but I'm just not comfortable at 9:33.
I think the other piece of it is the survey that we saw tonight was that if voters are informed, they're likely to go ahead and approve. Like I was pleased with seeing the survey that was done, and I think it's on all of us to educate the public on what this money is going to be used for and why we need it. And again, like I said before, it's not like it's a big blank check, right? It's a paced process. And I think if they understand that it's a paced process and that by doing it twice, are we then setting ourselves up for, oh my gosh, you're asking for more money again? Mm-hmm. So it's a fine line between, do we ask for it once and just, and go for it? But again, it's not a bucket of money. It's the ability to do what we need to do paced out. But I think educating the public is the big piece of this. And I think if we can pay down, if we can pay for some of the projects with the previous bond, get that number down a little bit to where it's a little bit more of a comfort level. And I think by what the committee has done is given us, these aren't nice to haves, these are have to haves. And that's my concern is by cutting stuff out of that, are we going to end up in the same boat we were before where we put things off that we shouldn't maybe have put things off, like Aaron was saying before, is we missed the window with fixing up New Hope and things like that. So I don't want us to regret anything, but I do understand the caution, and we are going to run out of time if we don't ask the questions outside of meetings of these folks, because we can go around in circles a long time.
So my concern is when you look at this, the levels and what was in the parking lot and the orange was in the parking lot, that we've never gone into in-depth conversations. And I feel like that was a process that at the end they were like, we're going to keep them all. And not a criticism in any means, but just that, there's level 1, level 2, level 3. We have not really, so I'm just trying to help my communications or my conversations, because yes, outside of this meeting, we can have other questions answered. But if we're not comfortable with every project, or if I have a question about one, I don't know if anybody else has a similar concern, or like we're just saying, these are all 100% have to have. Today.
So it almost makes me think, I'm sorry to mention this, but possibly a workshop to have Jeremy come and ask some questions.
I'm not trying to cause trouble. I'm just trying to
if we
get a
need
clear
that,
path
let's
forward,
talk about it.
because we are on a timeline, and I want to honor that timeline, but do what's open and transparent.
So we need a workshop to talk about the projects.
So my opinion or input on this, yes, $933 billion is a lot of $1 million is a lot of money. However, we put together a committee of community citizens. They came to us. This is what you look at this right here and you tell me right now, this is what our community asked for. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if we're gonna split this up, I'm gonna fight like hard for what I want, because I'm representing a certain community, and this is what I see this going down. You're gonna want this, you're gonna want that, I'm gonna want that. And what is that gonna do not only to our community, but how is that empowering our CFAC and our steering committee right now who came to us for this? Because 3 years, we can split this up and say, hey, back in 3 years, but what is that gonna do to that committee that we put forth here? And they came with this, I watched every single CFAC committee, guys, 2 to 3 hours. A lot of these questions are in those committee meetings, I promise you. You can ask my baby Jack. Anyway, my point is yes, this is a lot of money, but the kids are coming. We see the numbers right there. They're here, and they're gonna keep coming. So I'm worried we're gonna get ourselves in a position where, once again, some schools are gonna be not equitable compared to most. And then here we are in the same conversation 3 years later, except we're probably gonna have more money because more people are moving here. Demographics are changing. And I honestly, again, going back to parent-student voice, I feel like this is a slap in the face to our committee members who spent time over the last couple of months putting together this package, seeing the survey results, seeing what, 82%, guys, for total favor. That's pretty good. So that's kind of like where I'm going at. Yeah, it is a lot of money. I'm scared. This is not an easy decision for us, but we're a big school district and we need to start acting like one. That's it.
So that was not my intent, I watched all the CFAC meetings too. I'm very passionate about this. I served on the steering committee. I get the work that goes into it. That's not my intent to pit schools against each other, but the survey was for an $833 million bond. This is well, then there was a typo in my.
No, so two parts.
Yeah.
Technology was split out.
So then we run the risk of having a bond fail.
But don't we have to split the technology and the regular bond because of state law, right?
Correct.
And that
So just to clarify, so what Vassili's presented tonight was 839 million and then 94 million on technology, and the total of that is 933 million. So they had to split that out because of the way the law reads now with two propositions. So they wanted to make sure they tested both of those propositions independently, but they really did test the full 933 million.
So before we get too excited, I don't think anybody's trying to slap any community members in the face. I don't think anybody's trying to throw shade on anybody who's participated in our process. We appreciate all of those contributions. I don't think anyone wants to have a battle over what's in and what's out, right? Or contest what we think is good and what we think is marginal or anything like that, right? What I requested was kind of how we imagine the current $933 million laying out over 4 years and maybe taking the first 3 years and moving forward with that and saying year 4, whatever was slated for that growth in that time period and those projects in that time period, that becomes year 1 of the next issue, or that becomes, the foundation for the next bonding process. I think to Alexis and Jim's comments earlier, you have, I think, at least 3 board members who have some anxiety about the $933 million number and putting that in front of our community. I would hate for our board to come to a 4-3 decision on a $933 million bond issue and take that to the community without the full support of the board. I would love for us as a board to come together and say, all right, let's agree to do the first 3 years, or if we can't get 3 years, the first 2 years, but let's do that and let's go forward together. Again, I don't think anybody here is trying to say, I want my projects and not your projects. It's really just about how much to bite off in one ballot initiative, one set of ballot propositions, and how much to put in front of our community at one time. So that's the key question for me. To Dr. Gearing's point, I think we probably need to have a conversation together about how we get to that final proposition or pair of propositions that we're all comfortable going forward with together.
Alexis, let me also ask, because I get how there could be a thought of you were talking about individual projects. I was thinking, so tell me if I'm wrong about this, that was just the general process of how these items ended up here. And we didn't really ask a lot of that from Jeremy last time, so I thought that's what you were asking, but if I misunderstood, let me know.
I don't know if I fully understand. So the yellow items were parking lotted, and as that process happened, there was little discussion on how they got parking lotted. One person might offer, hey, this would be my request. And then it kind of got to the end and it was kind of like, okay, we're going to improve all parking lots, was my interpretation.
Okay, so through the process, to keep things moving through these meetings, we went through all categories. And once we went through all those categories, all the tier 1s, and then we opened it up to the committee. Is there anything that you believe should be added to this list? And then we took those and we put them in the parking lot. And throughout the process, and then we ended up with 20 items in our final parking lot. And the last meeting that we had was, let's go over all of our parking lot items. And just get an overall, Jimmy did a good job of just kind of walking through what those were, because some of them we didn't spend as much time on, with the subcommittees because they may have been like, you know, a tier 2 or tier 3. And what we did from there is we did the hot dotting, and we went through that process. And when we looked at it, we had some lines that we could draw. But when we drew the lines, it started to the committee there, well, that line, there may be 4 items below it, but those 4 items are still important, and it's a couple $100,000 overall when we're looking at, say, $95 million in parking lot. If we drew the line there, we're just saying we're not going to do $300,000 worth of projects. That those are still important. And so as a committee, we believed that it made sense to move the line. But above that line, everything was hot dotted, and it made sense. There's consensus that there's interest in doing all of them. And so that we did go through the same process that the subcommittees went through. We did it again as a committee, focused more on the parking lot items. It just, we couldn't move that line up to keep 3 items, everything else gone. We couldn't get there because of the exercise that we went through. There was not that line, there was not that delineator. And ultimately, in the end, we did include all of it because of that last conversation that was pointed out, that it's not that much more money, and we can still do those projects that are important.
I know we all appointed someone, you know, to that committee, 1 or 2 people, and one of my appointees was Petrie Darby, and, you know, afterwards, he was just, you know, we would talk after meetings, because I didn't go to watch, you know, all the meetings, and I said, how did we get to this number? This is a big number. And he said, you know, every time he talked about it, and he's like, this is what happened, and these were a lot of things that got pushed off last time, and these are things that are really important, and they're here again. I think that I do struggle with the number, and I think that maybe it is a workshop so we can talk through those items. And so as a board, you know, we can talk through the items, and maybe we'll feel better about them, and maybe we won't. Maybe at that point we're like, okay, it's going to be the first 3 years or 4 years, or maybe we get to a point where we're like, no, I think those all have to happen at the time. And it is a struggle for me in terms of, is it 4 years, or do we ask them right now? Do we go to bond for all of it? And that way we empower our team and our staff to do the work that they need to do, and know that they have the funds there to do that planning for this amount of time. So I also think about that, you know, because the planning for those other projects will be here before you know it. And then we're going to have to stop them from doing that planning, and that forward thinking. It also hurts us in our strategic planning, because we really can't plan past that point then, because strategically we only know that we have funds for this. So our strategic long-term planning is going to be limited by, you know, by that amount. But I do feel it's like, wow, that's a big number. And so I think maybe it is a workshop where we can go through those items and see, okay, if we move this off, how does this impact our strategic planning? Well, we can't think about that yet because we don't know if we'll get funding for it. And so maybe that will give us some clarity as we go through each of those items.
I'm with Gloria on that. Like, it worries me. I'm hearing a lot of the same conversations. Like, I remember the auxiliary part of the bond was not approved in 2017. And I don't know if y'all watched the CFAC committee. Stephanie Featherstone let us have it. Like, this is an important piece that got looked over, or for whatever reason. I know 3 years, we can say that we're gonna, 4 years we're gonna do something, but let's be real, we're gonna have a different board most likely. These are my kids' futures I'm worried about. My kids are in this education in Leander ISD. I want to ensure that every other kid in this district has the same facilities that is comparable to all the other schools around here. And so for me, I'm hesitant, because when I hear 4 years, I seriously think, okay, we're going to split this in half. all right, now it's time to advocate for what we really need. And that's where I'm seeing that. Like, how do we get to decide what gets built in 4 years? Who makes that decision? Like, how do we decide what's more important and what's not? Because you have something that's more important, you know, than I probably feel it's more important. And what I'm worried about is we're going to see that in community fighting. Well, I need this, my school's over, you know, populated. That's what I'm looking at. I'm worried about that. And yes, it's a lot of money. I know that, guys, it is. 42,000 students in our district. We're growing. I mean, they're here. Everyone says they weren't coming, and guess what? They're here. So that's kind of where I'm going. And yeah, I will be open to have this conversation in another workshop. I just, again, you know, I appreciate you guys taking time to speak with us, you know, outside of this, so.
I just had one little follow-up question for Jimmy and Elaine. I'm looking back at the bond program, which contemplates sale of bonds over 5 years. How do we go from a 4-year usage to a 5-year bond sale?
From the logistics side, I can talk about when you schedule out all your projects, you're going to start projects in that 4th year that are going to wind up being built, part of it in the 5th year, because you won't complete everything in years 4 for sure, because we lay out our projects, you know, middle school or the high school, school of choice, whatever, they take, you know, 2 years to build. And so if you start them, it's a good chance those are going to go into that 5th year, just like major maintenance or capital renewal projects that we're going to be talking about. Those are 3 and 4 year projects. They're going to be being built and taken over 3 years.
Yeah, so would it be fair to say that these are projects that are going to be initiated over the next 4 years, but it may take 5 or a little more even to complete all of them? Is that fair?
Yeah. We've been working on it. Started working on a schedule, a layout of projects, because there's a number of projects here, and so from managing all these projects, we're looking at that now, and so we're going to work just what you're talking about.
Yep.
Typically, we have a schedule for each year of how much money the cash flow is going to be for each year, what's needed, what projects start and when, so we can lay out what project's going to start in the first 3 years or 2 years, then the 3 years. You know, if you start a project in 3 years, you might have funds you're going to need in 4 and 5, but we'll have that money to complete the project in that 3-year bond. So we'll lay out a schedule of projects for you.
Is there a level of detail there you could share with us that would help us see what you're envisioning?
Yeah, that's what we started working on it just before the break with my project managers from the managing, and just I wanted their eyes on it also. And so we've been putting this piecemeal on this all together to get a good schedule, and we're going to put the dollars associated with it, and then we'll get that to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Because that'll help.
That's great.
This
Perfect.
is,
Christine, you had your mic on or no?
this is why we have the issue of still having money from the 07 bond. There are still projects from 07 that are not complete.
Right, that was going to be my question about how much of the previous bond stuff are we allowed to use to take care of some of these projects, and how much would that knock off? That would be my question.
So legally, you're allowed to use it for anything authorized under the bond. The last projection we showed you, we were going to have 41 million of that authorization that was not needed. That included using the 3.5 or the total of 13.5 for minor major maintenance. So if that is not done, then we have more like 50 million left from 17.
So assuming that we say 933, and the community says, yep, we approve it. These projects are laid out over time, correct? So I think that answers the question of who's going to fight for what project. They've already got a timeline of how the projects are going to lay out. The second thing is, those of us sitting here, we were elected and have a legal responsibility to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. I very much respect and admire Jeremy and his team and the work that they've done, but at no point do our committees drive the board. They make the recommendations, and then we are the ones that have to make those decisions. And I have to feel comfortable making a decision for $1 billion. And so if I'm asking for a little bit more time to go over some of these items and asking my fellow board members to sit with me through one more meeting, I will be able to look at my constituents and say, you know what, we gave it one more look, and this really is in the best interest of our students. That's not a big ask. And I don't want to feel persecuted for saying, you know what, I am more than a little nervous at asking for $1 billion from our public right now. So I'm not trying to be combative. I appreciate what our community committees do, but that's not the final answer. They don't answer to the community, we do. And there is nobody out in the community that's going to go, oh, well, I get it, Jim. You just listen to the committee, so you have no responsibility. I do have responsibility. So I just want to make sure before I say, okay, 933, let's do it, that we're making the best decision. That's all I'm asking for.
And I'm not saying we don't need another meeting, but I'm just saying, like, as a trustee, I've took time out of my own schedule for the last month to ask these questions, and I'm just asking for the same for my other trustees. I know we're all busy. In regards to the committee and community voice, what is the one thing that we've been hearing all year? That parent voice. So we've got this, and then, but what really sold me, I'm going to be honest, is that survey. So it's like we're doing all this extra stuff, and then yes, we do have an obligation to, as a board of trustee, absolutely. We are all one of 7 voices. So I bring my own voices to the table just like you are. So the way I process things is, yeah, I value our committee and I value our parents' voice because that's just how I am. You may not, I mean, I'm not saying you don't, I'm just saying, but this is how I help come to decisions. When I saw these survey results, I was blown away, honestly, because let's be real, it's been a little hard year as a trustee. But then I see these surveys results. I hear what our committee, I see the big focus, and especially hearing them say, you know what, every item that came to us, it was so awesome to hear these committee members. How is this going to affect every Leander ISD student? So that's kind of like where I'm going. I'm not mad at you guys. I want you guys to ask all the questions. This is a big decision. I'm very passionate. You guys know that. Very passionate. I guess for me, it's just like this, I just don't want to feel like anybody's time's wasted. That's my big concern here. All we've heard all year, again, parent voice, parent input, parent input. Here's a great opportunity, and I feel like we're going back on it. Because, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, we do make the decisions, Jim. They do call us, they do email us. That is correct.
So I do know we need to move on. I just want to say the survey results are 350 voters, not necessarily all the parents. So
yeah,
if it fails,
yeah, there's a lot to
we're up a bigger creek.
So are we not going to use the survey results then? Because
no, I'm just saying, I agree. I want parent voice. This survey was voters.
Right.
And some of it does cover parents.
Right, but they're going to be voting. Right. Yeah. I guess my saying is
I want to put a bond before the community that passes, that has a good chance.
So I just
by doing due diligence. I'm just saying I just want to do.
No, I understand. Okay. I'm just double checking because the survey we did, even though it was a small percentage, are we going to do a bigger percentage? I mean, again, we did this survey. These are our data. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I think what we're getting is different data points, right? And so the survey gives you one data point. You've got the community input, and they say, look, this is the information we've got. We went to a subcommittee. Now we're in the facility committee. Here's our recommendations. I do wonder if it's maybe because it's the late hour. I think what I'm hearing is something similar, but I feel like it's like a little bit of miscommunication, and maybe it isn't. But I think what Anna was saying, and I'm not sure, I think it just got crosswise or wonky, is that your concern was, were we going to start picking and choosing our favorite projects? I think that's what you were concerned about, is that it might open up and pick and choose favorite projects. And so we want to honor the committee's work on how they did things and how they line itemed it. And I think what I hear is that's, as long as we honor the committee's work, but to the extent of how far do we go for a bond, or what all gets on there at whatever point, and I think that's why we need another workshop discussion. I don't think we're going to solve it here tonight, and I also agree that we're going to have to do we do need to make sure we make our calls to do our fact-finding, call Jimmy, call Elaine, reach out to Corey, make those calls, but know then to really move that discussion, the only place we can all discuss together is in this board meeting, so you're going to need both conversations. So we'll just keep plugging at it. And so we need another
When
meeting.
we have that workshop, can we request to have the committee members, like we had Sean and Jeremy? Is that possible? Maybe. I know at one point we had like the individuals from each subcommittee, maybe, if that's possible. I don't know, it's a big ask. I mean, if we're going to start getting into like the details for your plans, then I feel like I would like to have the committee chair for elementary, middle school, high school. Is that possible?
I don't think that's a good idea. We did charge the subcommittees with a task, and the subcommittees brought those recommendations to the steering committee. The steering committee was charged then with compiling that task and bringing a recommendation to the board. And our representatives for the steering committee are the two co-chairs. And so I'd be comfortable with Lan, Jeremy, and Sean to come back, but they are the spokespersons for the community steering committee of CFAC. So I'd prefer to stay with that process. I think we have a good process in place.
Yeah, as long as they have all the answers, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going to add that at this point, the administration is kind of taking that recommendation and then turning that into a formal layered plan, right? A project plan. And so I think that's where we'll have our discussions is, do we want to draw a line in that plan somewhere and say, we want to capture these projects, and these, while they're still important, we have time and they're going to go into a future bond, right? And so it's really a question of how the administration is already incorporating the recommendations into a longer plan and saying, you know, where can we draw a line in that if we want to.
Right, and I'm not sure how this works out because I don't have enough experience, and we'll have to look at it as we go. But you know, laying out a 4-year bond plan is one thing. If it's going to be a 3-year bond plan, I'm not sure where the natural break in projects comes. So that's something that we'll have to allow them to do. So my question to Jimmy is, we're the 22nd today. We're coming back on the 5th. And then we have until essentially the 12th. The 16th is the Monday, and so meeting on that Monday, in my opinion, is not a good idea. I don't like meeting on deadline days for important decisions like that. That's a lot of pressure for you. So the 12th is the Thursday before, seems like a natural. Also the first day of school, so we could give you a nice first day of school report, and then have you make a difficult decision. I've thought about that, and that's why I asked the question earlier, is I don't see another natural place for that to go. We specifically didn't schedule a board meeting on the first day of school, but I'm not sure how else to do that.
Yeah, no, I think
maybe
I
that's
agree.
okay if it's a very limited focus in terms of the conversation.
It would be just literally
because
two things. Yeah, we'll give you a quick report on the first day of school, and then this would be the conversation and the decision. What I need to know is, though, do we need a workshop before that? Because that's a decision meeting, right? So does the board feel like they need a more free time before, you know, without the pressure of the decision on that same night?
Yes.
To have more information and conversation, and if so, when do we need to schedule that?
I will be
Yes.
ready to make my decision by the next meeting. I had some questions.
Well,
I want to make sure that everybody has a chance that we can look at each other and say,
I want a workshop. Y'all got me way more questions now. Sorry, I mean.
Yeah. Well, I was going to suggest that I think the 2 weeks leading up to our next meeting give us the time to ask questions and gather information. I don't know what time Jimmy and staff need to turn around this kind of somewhat detailed 4-year layout so that we could have a conversation potentially on the 6th about the 5th, sorry, about that layout, and then sort of come back for a final decision meeting on the 12th.
Okay, so in 2 weeks, can you turn that around?
That was my plan. Try to have a complete document by the 5th meeting, so you have that, and you hopefully prior to that with the board packet, so you have time to digest and ask additional questions, and you can see some information.
Our posting notice is 72 hours
72
before.
hours.
So can we just, I know y'all don't think we need it, but just to make me sleep better, can we get a backup date for a workshop just in case if after the 5th there's going to be more questions before we make a decision on the 12th?
Yeah, so the 5th is Thursday, the 12th is the following Thursday, so there'd have to be a Tuesday meeting or something in there if that's what you wanted to do.
I just think, I want to make sure y'all have a backup, so on the 12th, there's not, but if y'all don't think there's necessary, we have the 5th is already scheduled, so it's only one extra meeting, which is the 12th, which will have the back to school and us talking on the bond. So
I just want to double, August 5th is when we will answer all the questions we have, no special session, whatever we're calling it. So we're prepared to stay and talk about the subject 2 hours if we have to. I just want to make sure of that. Not that I don't want that, but I just want to make sure.
So just to help us to prepare, I would like some clarity on, we've had the steering committee, over 150 members of subcommittees, and then steering committee, which was a very open selection process of community members. We tried to allow as many to be involved as wanted to be involved. We made that as transparent a process as possible by posting meetings, posting information, making sure that we live streamed CFAC steering committee meetings. So that's the community input piece that we've had. We've heard from Blake and Elaine and the financial team to say that we have the capacity to do this number, and there's a comfort level with the ability to do this financially, not a recommendation, just the facts of the capacity and the comfort ability to do the number. And then we've also had the Basilisk survey, which, yes, it's only 350 voters, but that's because it's a scientific representative sample of the folks who will actually be making this choice in the community in November. We've seen the level of support that was presented in that. So knowing those three things, what I'd like to hear from board members in order to help us to prepare better for the 5th is what still makes you uncomfortable with $933 million?
So I have, I guess, two things. First, I would like to understand the modified borrowing capacity models with the updated assumptions. So I want to see what effect that has on the capacity to borrow. The second for me is the 933 number is the discomfort, right? For me, that is the potential problem. It just is a really big number. And so for me, I'm looking at ways to not remove projects, but to just look at a natural time horizon that gives us a little bit more manageable number for a bond issue in our community. And then the final comment I would make is the Basilisk work is fantastic work. I think it's very instructive. However, it comes with a margin of error. And if there's organized opposition to our bond and all of those sorts of things, right, those expectations could be shot to pieces based on what goes on in our community over the next several months. And so for me, making sure that we as a team of 8 are all organized and coordinated in what we take to our community will help to mitigate some of those potential opposition issues. And so I'm just trying to make sure we all come together and present to the community something we can all get behind and support.
Thank you, Aaron. That's very helpful.
I echo pretty much everything that Aaron said. For me, the discomfort is $933 million, $170 million of debt service every year. The very narrow margin of error that we have with what we anticipate collecting in tax revenue versus that $170 million. The other thing that concerns me is when fellow board members say, you know what, I have questions regarding the parking lot issues. I get it. I get we're on a timeline. I get that the community has spoken. But again, until we are all comfortable enough to get out and support this and say, yes, I put my vote to it, If it takes an extra meeting, it takes an extra meeting. When I raise my hand and I vote, I want to know, and I want to be able to tell the community that we took an extra look, we took an extra meeting, and I am comfortable with asking you to support $1 billion in future debt. So.
Thank you, Jim. I just have a question for these folks. So if we take that $933 million number, which was a 4-year bond program, and split it down into a 3-year bond program, which is, I'm going to pick a number out there, I have no idea what it is, $775 million. And then in 3 years, we come back and call another bond issue, because the way I understand it, we asked the CFAC committee to establish the needs that would meet the growth in the district over the next 3 to 5 years. And we came back with 1.5 billion worth of need, and then whittled that down to where we landed at 933. So if we did 775 in 3 years, and then came back in 3 years and asked for the next number, is there a difference in doing that in chunks, or is overall, does that number come out to be the same thing at the end? And that's what I'm not really, I'm not sure that I know the answer to that.
I could tell you, when you take the first 3 years and then you say, we'll go back out for 3 years, now you're looking at 6 years. And so your number is going to be very large, most likely, because I know high school 7s, after the 4 year, was going to be in that 5th year. So you're going to pick up $250 million high school in the next, if you go with that gyration of 3 years and then 3 years, you're going to have a high school as well as other schools. And then our major capital renewal projects, we've got 14 in this 4-year span. There's going to be probably 10 in the next bond, because all the schools we built in 3 schools many years in a row, and so all those schools are coming up. So you're going to have a great need of projects right there. And so, but that's what I like to lay out, is not just the next 3 years. You need to know what's on the horizon if you do that, because otherwise you're going to be blindsided when it comes back around. So we'll try to get you a horizon picture.
Yeah, and not only that, Jimmy, but you make a good point. These are the things that when I go out and start talking to the community about, holy crap, what are you doing, 933? Well, let me explain to you. Right now, all I can say is, well, Jeremy said we needed it, gosh darn it, so let's do it. So we need some of that information.
Exactly.
And it's information we don't have today. It doesn't mean that I wasn't listening, wasn't asking questions. If I don't know what questions to ask, I can't ask the questions. So these things that Jimmy's saying, let's put this out here so we can visualize. I want to be able to talk to the community intelligently about why I'm asking for $1 billion.
And some of those major maintenance are in that book you gave us, right? We had a huge meeting on it, right? Some of that book, what is that book? Y'all know the book I'm talking about? Yes.
The capital renewal project.
I liked your question, Bruce, because it's kind of like what we split it up to 4 years. I guess my concern is, so say if we do split it, right? What if we come back, the potential bond is even bigger than what we anticipated? So this is like what I'm kind of like, that's what I'm thinking, like if we have an opportunity to actually, save money. I know that sounds weird, $933 million. But, our district's growing, things change. I mean, it's expensive to build things right now. So what happens in that 4 years, our bond's even more than $933 million. And then we kind of put ourselves in a little pickle. So that's kind of like what I'm kind of thinking.
I really appreciate the conversation and the feedback. That helps us to prepare for August 5th, and we'll be able to bring back the right information to you.
Yeah.
If I could share something real quick, because I hear some of your questions, and we have some experience with your questions in the committee, because it's interesting, because I want to represent this because it's a huge takeaway from the process. And when we started, we just polled everyone, said, what is the temperature? What do you believe the community would support from our steering committee? We gave them some ranges, and it landed, based on our sample, it landed like the range is 450 to 550-ish. Okay, that's where they landed. And then we came to the last meeting on June 3rd, and we brought you 933. And there's a reason that we started when we didn't know anything, and we started very conservative, but then it just grew as the importance grew, as you learned about the projects and how important and why there was a need there. Your confidence level grew with the dollar amount throughout the process as we learned more about it. So I think that's kind of the stage that you're in. You just need to learn a little bit more, and it proves that, just like the survey, when our committee knew a little bit more, we're more confident and more approved the larger number. So I think it's that same story, and it's a process. You have to get there, and we want to be able to provide the information as well, and support you in making that decision, so you are confident with that. Because if you're confident, we're confident, the community is going to be confident in that communication. So I wanted to share that with you, because the committee went through the same process where we were like, I'm not sure this is where we need to be, but it made sense going through it.
That is the most relevant part of the entire conversation, what you just said right there. I need to feel a little bit more comfortable. I need to be able to not only feel comfortable, but I need to be able to explain to the community why I'm comfortable with it. So you're exactly right, and I very much appreciate that.
Break. If we're planning to come back and have this bond discussion, then in our August 5th meeting, I will be asking Dr. Gehring and administration to look at our agenda and see what we can move to the next meeting, because we need the time. And board, we're going to take the time. We are taking the time to do this right, but knowing what's coming up, I'm going to ask let's look at our meeting so we can make sure we get enough time on this.
I was just going to add, I do want to thank Jeremy for being here tonight. Sean Cranston was going to be here, but he had a medical emergency, so he's not able to make it, but he didn't want you to know he was planning on being here, just something came up, so he'll be here if you need him next time, hopefully.
Yes, thank you. I realize it's almost midnight and there's volunteers in here, so thank you very, very much.
All right. Thank y'all so much. Really, really good discussion. Really appreciate y'all's time. Board members, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break, but while I do, I want you to think about this. As we go through the rest of the items on our agenda, I'm planning to hear the presentations, and then if you think you're going to have questions, I know I said I was streamlining the next meeting, but we're going to streamline it. We're going to move this either to the next meeting. So to really dig in and ask questions. So that's what I want y'all to tell me is, yeah, I want to bring this meeting back another time. I have a lot more I want to talk about with this. If we can just answer it in 1 or 2 questions tonight, let's do that. But if we want discussion, just let me know. We'll move it on to the next agenda.
Do you want that information now or after break?
As they present, okay. I'm going to look at y'all and say, board members, do we need to move this to the agenda, or do we want to go ahead and try to tackle it tonight? There you go. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Trish, looking at those items that are left there, how much longer? I mean, the length of those presentations, I'm looking at that and thinking that that's at least another 2 to 3 hours.
It shouldn't be 2 to 3, but I'll do some investigation.
Okay.
I'm just going to say the STAR one. I'm already going to say I'm going to want questions on that.
Well, okay, good. We'll hear the presentation and then we'll move it for the next meeting for questions. Thank you.
At least we know.
All right, board members, it is 11:56. We're coming back from our break. I did a little reconnaissance work and asked each of our presenters how much they were presenting. Some of this information has already been in our board book, so hopefully we've had time to look at it and ask those individual questions for information. We are not voting on the things like that are reports on like school quality and Bright Bites. So for that information purposes, they're going to come up and they'll streamline their presentation tonight. Now, if they get into their presentation and you decide, ooh, I think I really need to have this come back, you just need to let me know at the end. Okay?
Trish, I have a question again. I've had time to reflect. It's 12 o'clock tonight, right? I'm worried August 5th, we're going to be in the same dilemma where we're speaking for 2.5, 3 hours, and this is a really big decision in regards to the bond. So I'm just going to throw it out there again. I would really, really like to have a special workshop meeting just on that, because I want our heads cleared. It's midnight, and I think it's important for us, if we're truly going to have a serious conversation, I think we need to not let I'm going to try to say this. I know we have a full agenda already on the 5th, and I'm worried that we're just going to not be able to have the conversations that we need to have on this bond, and we're going to be in the same position that we're in now.
All right, board members?
I second that. I think this is too important. I want to go through those items. I want to understand everything that's on there. I want to ask questions and not feel like, hey y'all, I'm sorry, it's midnight, I have another question. So I completely think that's a great idea. Even if it's a Saturday, if it's a different day of the week or whatever, just so that we can go through those and that be the only thing, not on another board meeting night where this is all we're gonna do is talk about bond.
What if we looked at something early that same week, like the Monday or the Tuesday evening, the 2nd or the 3rd of August? If we did our workshop there, then maybe we could do the decision as part of the regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, and we wouldn't need the meeting on the 12th.
The 2nd does not work for Trish and I. We have the safety and security.
And the 3rd
Summit
starts getting close to the 5th, but maybe that's okay. I don't know how much we need to.
For $933 million, I will do the 3rd, 4th, and 5th if that's what it takes.
What
But
if we did the 31st in the morning and just did a little Saturday morning thing?
We have backpack attack that day,
Oh,
and
darn
everything
it.
will be in this building.
Never mind.
Tuesday works for me. Wednesday, I know it gets 2 back-to-back makes you want to
cringe.
Yeah,
hurt
Tuesday
someone.
is better than Wednesday, I think, for that reason. But maybe we can't finish on the 5th, but I think it gives us a shot too.
Right, it gives us a shot. Maybe we won't be ready at the 5th, but it would prevent us from having that other one, like you said.
And then it gives administration still most of that time to provide the responsive materials we've talked about.
Jimmy, can you be ready by the 3rd? So I think that what he's saying is he could get you materials only perhaps on the 2nd or the 3rd. And that leaves you very little preparation
I
time.
think that's fine. We'll be talking through them together, so I'm fine with not being able to get them early, prior. If we get them earlier that day, that's great for me, but I understand the expectations of trying to turn this around that quickly. I think given the circumstances, I think we would all understand the position we're putting you in.
I think that works. It may take a little time on that Tuesday to absorb all the information and work through it together, but I think that's reasonable.
The third, and that'll be the only item on the agenda.
That works.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank
All right.
you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you. We have officially closed that item now in our agenda. We'll move back up to the top of the agenda for this evening to our superintendent's report. No, we only did part A. We have a part B, but he is going to streamline this presentation for us.
So this requires you to do homework. So here we go. You're going to have to listen really fast.
This is the lightning round edition.
I really like this picture, by the way, but we're moving on. We did that already. Okay. I've been asked to make sure that I come back and spend a little bit of time at board meeting talking about what the vision is for learning in Leander ISD as we go forward. And so that's what this segment is somewhat about. I bit off a lot more than I could chew. I think I scared Corey when I sent him all the slides. But I'm going to jump through these, and you have the presentation, so a lot of this can be reviewed that you can do on your own, and I'll just pick out the most important things to me. So you've heard me say all of these things before. I'll preface it with that and just say that I'm reinforcing the fact that when I arrived here 2 years ago, I set a path for myself in my superintendency, but also in learning and understanding who Leander is and how we operate and what our culture is. And I've done a lot of learning over the last 2 years. The biggest thing that I've learned is we have fantastic people in Leander ISD, and the culture is very deep, and there is a culture of continual improvement that allows us to do things that I've not been able to do in other places. And so I'm absolutely thrilled and excited to be in a position where we can pull off what the team pulled off at Leadership Retreat just this week, which I've thought about and talked about and tried to execute in a lot of places before. And this is the first time that the team actually just did it. They just got out there, they executed, and did an incredible job. And so I want to point to that enthusiasm chart because that is representation of two things. On the y-axis, how much did I enjoy the time over 3 days? And then how much did I grow today? In other words, how much did I learn? And you can see that the orange dots were day 1, the green dots were day 2, and the blue dots were day 3. And you can just visually understand the growth that happened even with the team over that time. So I started with AJ Giuliani before, and I'll say it again. Our job is not to prepare students for something. Our job is to help students prepare themselves for anything. And that's becoming more and more apparent as we go through global pandemic, as we go through the rapidly changing environment that we exist in, that we really have to prepare our students, help them to prepare themselves for basically anything. And so I'm going to keep coming back to this because this is about pushing responsibility for learning back to the learner. That's true for kids, but that's also true for adults in the system. And so we have to make sure that we're doing that. I truly believe, and you'll have to look at this in the slides, and I grabbed pieces out of it, but I'm not going to get into it too deeply tonight. Our job is to make sure that we understand the process of individual development, prenatal through transition. And when I say through transition, I mean post-tertiary education into life, right? So it's life preparation. We have a responsibility not down at prenatal because we don't have control down there. But what we do have a responsibility for is understanding what happened with each individual from prenatal all the way through when they get to us, which is becoming earlier and earlier now in our district because now we have 3-year-olds coming to us. And in fact, in Parents as Teachers, we have access to even younger children in this district through fantastic programming. And we have responsibility to make sure that we understand what those experiences are that children are having, that we can create a method of tracking those experiences and sharing them with the people who need to know what those experiences are, because we truly have to know each individual in the system in order to meet their needs. As we come into pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, which is now full day, and then kindergarten, we have to make sure that the learning doesn't stop and that we appropriately scaffold these kids in understanding what their passions and interests are, in helping them to set their own goals, and then in making sure that we can get them through the process. I think there's some natural breaking points in what happens here. At 5th grade, we have to have a really good transition to make sure that our kids can bump themselves into the opportunities that await them. And so there's an opportunity to create 7-year personal learning plans at this point that really make sure that they bump into a lot of different things so they can understand what their interests and passions are. I don't believe that we, as humans, discover our passions. I believe that we develop them over time. You can't develop something that you don't know about. And I think a lot of our kids go through their entire pre-K 12 experience and never are afforded the opportunity to bump into what they might be able to develop passions about. I think there's another opportunity at 8th grade as we progress into those final 4 years and making sure that we understand what that looks like. And I think there's a checkpoint at 10th grade too, where we have to really pay attention to what decisions were made at 5th and at 8th, and are those decisions the right ones to make sure that we can get them through the rest of it. I believe that our goal, our really wildly important goal, should be that every kid can put on a really solid senior portfolio presentation that is student-owned, that really demonstrates this is the learning and the growth that's happened to me over my pre-K 12 career. These are my strengths, my interests, and my passions. These are the skills and talents that I've learned that now create the opportunity for me to take that next step. That's a very personal, very individual process that we have to make sure we pay attention to. And I'll get a little bit more into that. I believe in what Tony Wagner says here is that we can focus classrooms on what's easy to measure or on what's important to learn, but we can't necessarily do both well. And so we do have to make some choices in this process that make sure that we get to what we really want. I've seen this board do fantastic work, and we've had it up on this wall several times in the storyboard, and you see it in your core beliefs, you see it in your vision, you see it in your mission, and you're starting to see it in the strategic planning process of what that could possibly look like. And that's why I'm so excited about the work that we're doing together in the district. I think a lot of this has to do with curiosity and creativity, and this article by Tom van der Ark really points to some essential and really critical pieces that I believe, and the words are right, so I've quoted a lot of them, but I'm not going to read them to you, so I'm going to let you go through all of this and really understand what these building blocks look like and why they connect eventually into the incredible work that's been done around this particular piece, which is the graduate profile. That's one of the real things that attracted me to this district in the first place, was the founding documents that you have and that you live by. And so I was fascinated to learn more about the district as I came in. And the fact that you had a graduate profile already was exceptional. But I will tell you that the work that's been done in refining this process in this document is absolutely exceptional. And the conversations that we had just this week with principals and assistant principals and teams about what does this look like, and then not only this piece of it, which is just the core foundational big building blocks of it, but what do these I can statements look like as we break it down into grade level bands right now, which are going to shift eventually to a continuum of where do kids fit on all of these items that we've discussed are important for our kids to be able to leave our system with. And how do we establish where kids are in all these different pieces? How do they understand how that fits them? And then how do they start to navigate through this process so that by the time they leave us, they can articulate very clearly where they lie on all of this continuum, and they can use their portfolios to demonstrate this is why I can say I'm strong in this particular area, and this is what I'm working on in my goals. And we've moved this into the continual improvement process. We are developing these capacity matrices, and this is just one example. This is the adult one. And what I love about the work that's been done is the alignment of this is about all the individuals in the system, and they all look very similar, but they fit at every level. And eventually we'll have this continuum of everybody understanding how to identify their strengths and where they are, what their plan is to move forward, and what the end goal needs to be for them personally in order to achieve their maximum potential. I love what Margaret Swilling said from Rouse High School. My mantra has always been, it's not about the grade, but about the learning. And the learning is not as important as the human. And oh my goodness, have we discovered that in the last 18 months. And that connects us directly to what our theme is as we go forward. I'm going to come back to that one in a second. Cultivate and connect. And in fact, for me, cultivate and connect works, and it sounds great, and I love it. But for me, it's connect and cultivate, which just doesn't work for some reason, so we left it be cultivate and connect. But really establishing the connection back to the system, back to each other, in person, and with the physical human needs and connections that we have. And that was very evident as we went through the retreat in this last week, how important that is for the adults and how important that's going to be for our kids. But then making sure that we truly understand where each individual is and taking them and accelerating them forward towards the goals that we have for individuals and for the district. I put this in here to point out that this is not in isolation. So there are a lot of operational things that have to happen to make sure that this vision of learning for the district can become a reality. And so my big rocks are on my board in my office, and I keep adding and adjusting, but the same themes and the same thoughts keep coming out and getting reinforced for me, and I'm making sure that I keep those front and center on what we're doing. And so you can have a look at that, and I'd welcome questions about that at some point if you're interested. The deep learning that happened in retreat was the experiment, and the team pulled it off. It was incredible to see them holding back on putting out workshops because they needed to get the feedback of the participants about what they needed, what the need-to-knows were. And then turning around need-to-knows from 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 a.m. in the morning to produce the workshops that the learners needed to further their team goals was just phenomenal to watch. And then watching how those teams took on that learning, owned that learning. The ones who did that loved it, and they flew, and they were energized and out of this world. The ones who didn't accept that ownership and are still wanting to be told, here's the learning, here's what you need to do, now go and teach your team, they're the ones who struggled, and we watched them struggle. And that's okay, because not everybody's going to be in the same place at the same time, and we're quite comfortable with that. No, we're not comfortable with that, but we're willing to accept it for now, because that's how the learning really happens in the district. This is an example of what's happening at Danielson Middle School. This is a New Tech Network, but you can see the traditional of what we've been doing and perhaps taking a project on versus what this really looks like in terms of project launch, and then how the learning and the sequencing and the reflection happens with the benchmarks in there with that culminating event. And this is the shift in paradigm that we're starting to see happening in the district. And then not only exist in programs like that, but Mark taking that and then turning it into his version of the instructional model at Danielson, and really taking ownership of that piece and helping his faculty to understand what that looks like. This is what's happening at a couple of our elementary campuses, with the understanding that variability is the rule and not the exception, that students don't have to do the same thing at the same time. This is happening at Deer Creek Elementary School and also at Winkley Elementary School, and it's fascinating to watch how they're connecting to each other and sharing ideas and making sure that they're pushing the work of each other forward with the support of people like Carrie Spanigal and Sarah Martinez and the area superintendents. Really phenomenal work. All of this is getting pulled together by the strategic planning framework that's been built with Sarah Grissom and her team around the core beliefs, the vision, the mission, the graduate profile, the other guiding documents, which we're about to enter into similar processes with in terms of review and understanding, with our lenses that we're looking at those, the big rocks that we've been doing, and now starting to work into, in the next section, those priority goal buckets. And how do we then turn that into execution over the next several years as we strive towards the new goals, including community-based accountability, and really looking at how do we become evidence-informed to make sure that individual children are growing at the level that they need to. All right, you have your upcoming dates, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Or actually, you can save those for next time.
Okay. To piggyback on that, the strategic planning discussion, we are removing that from the agenda tonight. All right. We will get on next to because that requires interaction, so we're saving that for the next meeting. All right, we'll move up to our next item, student experience report on the 2020-2021 school quality survey results. Y'all don't get as long as Dr. Gehring.
Can I suggest that the survey conversations be moved to a future meeting? I don't want to shortchange them. I think these are substantial topics. I know people have stayed late to present them, but I'm worried about not having the juice to give them the treatment that they deserve.
I think Trish said, but you'd left, that we were going to listen to the presentations and have questions come back for next time.
Understood. I would, if we have to do it twice, discuss it again later. Does that help us?
I was trying to get us through some of this agenda items because we have already postponed this one other time, and looking at what's coming up from bond and some of the other agenda items. But if y'all want to, we can, if y'all want to wait on this, that one's fine.
Well, we did create a workshop now for bond discussion, which takes some of that off the 5th, unless there's still a lot of discussion before decision. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud.
I was just going to comment that for my part, I mean, other board members can provide you their feedback, but for my part, I'd rather have an extra meeting where we're discussing things before 1 a.m. As opposed to fewer longer meetings. If we just have that much material, I'd rather we scheduled an additional date to do it.
Okay, well then we can look at that. Board members,
Is that for all the surveys or just this one, or?
I think it would be productive to take them together, both the employee surveys and the experience surveys, but I'm open to suggestions.
Board members, y'all have already looked at this and reviewed, so I need like consensus here, how we want to move forward.
We're also happy to meet with smaller groups if you want to have a one-on-one or conversations to do a deeper dive. Some may be more interested in others than certain aspects.
That's an
I was going to recommend, or I guess request, there's other times where we've met in groups of 3.
Yeah.
Or smaller, you know. I know that adds a lot though to y'all, because so now instead of having to do it once, it's like, hey, do it 2 to 3 times. So I don't know if that's better or worse, doing it at this hour or doing it 2 other times. You know, that's, yeah. So I don't know. That's an option to throw out there too, but I also, I don't want to take even more of y'all's time.
I don't have a preference. It's literally whatever y'all want.
I'm fine with listening through, but
Can you give us an overview? We'll let board members reach out to you, and then if we need more, based on the feedback you get from board members, let's bring this back. I mean, we don't have to just do the survey once, but let's see what we can do, if you can do just a quick overview.
Okay. So this is the results of our K-12 annual school quality survey, or we formerly have called this our school quality or our school climate surveys. So just gonna real briefly, this is something we distribute in the late winter, early spring to all of our parents. This is the parent version, and Dr. Martinez, who provides some extra quality to and some credibility that I just can't bring to our process. Here's a breakdown of who we talk to. So it's 7,000 responses when it comes to our parents. This is virtually the same survey. I'm going to point out some differences this year. But what you get to see is we did this in 2017, 2018, 2019. COVID killed it in 2020, and we were able to bring it back. So you get some good year-over-year comparison as we continue to bring this one back. And that's what you see in this grid in the breakdown. You see these dimensions of the survey: academic, student support, family involvement, school leadership and administration, safety and behavior. It's also important to note that our schools get their own unique report to their school, and they also get responses to open-ended responses, and they use this to drive a lot of their school improvement, campus improvement plans. Here are some of the new things I just want to highlight. This was new questions on the survey. Y'all did a lot of work, vision, mission, and talking about, and Dr. Gehring just spoke to that whole child component and that important well-being elements. So Dr. Martinez and the team brought these as new questions for our parents, and you can see, sort of that first year benchmark as how we fared in that overall child well-being. I do want to skip around to some highlights, especially when it comes in that vein in the student support questions, and seeing that our parents saw the value in the people in our school system. These questions, there is a teacher, counselor, or staff member who will respond to my child's concerns, and you see 93% of parents who agreed to that. Obviously, in a lot of these, our goal is to get to 100%, but still we feel like these are some good some good points, and you can see that year over year. Even in that COVID year, we were able to grow that number in this last school year. Family involvement, you'll see some dip, particularly in the campus makes me feel informed, included, and welcomed to participate in groups. We take an educated guess that was based on COVID. We didn't have visitors in our classrooms. You will note that the campus provides me with adequate and timely communication. That did go up significantly year over year. We do think that our campuses did an incredible job in our district, and parents, because they couldn't be in our buildings, going above and beyond and making sure we provide that communication. School safety is obviously an important component that we ask in this, and you'll also see some very high and some growth in those school safety numbers in this report. Net Promoter Score, I know that has been something we've talked about over the last few years, and that's actually, I believe, was in the most recent superintendent evaluation tool. I believe it continued to be in there, so we wanted to bring that forward. Also notice that there is some alignment. If you look at this number and try to compare it with what we saw in the Bassley survey, which had about a 70-30 split when it comes to parents who are likely voters who agree that we're doing a good job. You see 18% labeled as detractors in this, and Net Promoter Score is, they ask people the question, would you recommend Leander ISD to a friend or a colleague? And a 9 to 10 is considered a promoter, a 7 to 8 is considered passive, and a 0 to 6 is considered a detractor. That score is the promoters minus the detractors. Is how you get to that 39. We maintained a number. We saw a very high growth, 18 to 18, 19, or to 18, 19, where we grew by 8 points. And in a COVID year, we were able to maintain that when we were, in a position where we were telling a lot of people no, and it seemed like we were making 50% of our community mad at every decision point. So we think at the end of the day, the teachers and the people in our buildings were taking care of kids, and our parents valued and saw that.
So we had a lot of the similar trends with our student data. We did do this survey with our 3rd through 12th graders, as we have always, although we did significantly simplify the elementary survey this year, primarily because kids had normally, a 3rd grader taking a survey of this nature is a little tough, and they typically had done that in class with their librarian and with the virtual and all of the stress that was going on. We did make a significant reduction in elementary, and I will admit probably mistakenly did not do so for secondary, and found our participation at secondary level kind of a little light. So this is what K-12 did, and this is what I did to try to bring out some of the key ideas. But I'm just going to hit them real quick as we go. As you can see, we had actually had fairly good participation. Our secondary numbers, though, our elementary numbers were much better than our secondary, and you see at that 11th and 12th grade, I think we underestimated the computer fatigue for kids about this time of year. After spending 8 hours in class, I think I did do some surveying, some informal surveying, asking some of our SASAC kids, and they said that was just way too long. So there you go. We did also simplify by many of the elementary questions became true-false rather than the 5-point Likert scale, but you can see some similarities. We have seen this trend over time. Kids like school less the longer they're with us. It's very depressing to have to say that, but that is definitely a trend that we have seen over the years. So a student is in secondary is about twice as likely to rate their school as fair or poor than an elementary student who's much more optimistic. These were the parallel questions about physical and emotional well-being. Initially, it looked like, wow, our secondary students are actually doing better, but then when we realized that the way that the questions were written by K-12, they actually gave the elementary a 5-point scale for this, so there's neutral. They had a neutral, and the secondary did not. But overall, given a COVID year, we felt like there are some signals in here that we've got to pay attention to with students' physical and their sense of emotional well-being, and also their engagement in school. So we delved into that a little bit more deeply. Here's an example, or this is the difference between middle and high. Typically, it's elementary is the highest, then middle, then high, and high is almost always the lowest on any of these scales. And on all three of these, it was unusual to me. It caught my eye that our high schools were actually doing a little better than our middle schoolers, and I think that that's a signal for us as we prepare to bring kids back into school, that middle school group is a group that we really do need to pay maybe some special, they are always need special care, but some extra special care. We also tried to create some new questions to peek in a little bit into sort of what the learning experience is like. And in these two slides, we really found, I think we're doing well with challenge, we're doing well with kids connecting to their learning, feeling like they're getting help when they need it, and having adults that help them. Those were all generally high, both in elementary and secondary. But questions related to student empowerment and relevant learning really are signals for us. It's not something that we weren't aware of, but this data, now that we're starting to ask these questions, this baseline data has really kind of given us a little bit more of a burning platform related to those topics. So student empowerment and relevant learning are big. Our elementary kids are feeling really good, which is really interesting, and we saw this in the parent survey as well. Seems to be generally kids have a sense of belonging with school and they're feeling pretty positive, but that question this year around community, feeling like they have a community, showed up lower in both elementary and in secondary, which was interesting and probably COVID related. The one I think that stands out the most to me that is concerning is that we have about 1/3 of our secondary students who are telling us that they don't feel good about themselves at school. And that was actually higher at high school than it was at middle school. So about 4 out of 10, 40% of high schoolers are telling us they're not feeling good about themselves. It's hard to know how much COVID has played into that. Certainly this is the first time we've asked this question, but it is a strong signal that we all are paying attention to and thinking about what is going on. We're using the data from this survey to continually refresh and think about the types of surveying we need to do this year to help to explore a little more. In safety and behavior, where scores are actually rather high, and even though that threatening and bullying looks low, it's actually a 20-point increase. It was the highest jump from our 2019. Again, most likely potentially related to COVID, but again, hard to know for sure. The other thing I know the board has shown interest, so I just want to take 2 seconds to sort of show this one, is we've talked a lot about co-curricular and extracurricular, and we really have never had a survey question related to this, so we built in some additional and found that this really does also coincide with the data that we see with participation, where about 3/4 of our kids are participating in some kind of co-curricular or extracurricular. The data on the right this is the first time we've really gotten this in a systematic way. It's hard to generalize, but about half of the kids, so of those 28% that don't participate, are telling us it's because there's not something that they're interested in, which is again another really important signal for us to now take that information and begin to explore more deeply. The time to participate was definitely stronger on the high school end. And we do still have a small percentage, about 5% of kids who both say that they either tried out and didn't make it or they can't afford to participate. And so of the co-curriculars that kids are participating in, you can see the activities that kids are high flyers here. And so again, we're excited to get this as baseline, knowing that we're going to continue to track this over time and implement some concerted efforts, some interventions to try to see if we can't find ways to get to connect with those kids more deeply, especially coming in from COVID. So I have to give homage to Jimmy and his team. I don't know what it says that the year that people aren't in our campuses, they think they're greater, but we had a big jump, 13-point jump from 2019, thinking that our facilities are awesome. So that's kind of just worthy of note. I think they miss them. Yeah. Yeah. Part of that might be the lack of crowdedness too. Yeah. Be interesting to study that deeper. So again, we are open to sitting down. We all have the full reports. I think you have about 100 and something pages of reports of more data than you probably know what to do with. And I am personally very happy to sit down individually or in small groups with you all to just talk about it and look and see what stands out to you and what you'd like for us to maybe pay attention to and feed forward. The things we talked about today are already being incorporated into the district improvement plan for the upcoming year.
And then when trustees talk to you about issues, if you notice there's 1 or 2 items, let's bring that 1 or 2 item back. Maybe there isn't a need to bring the whole thing back. So I just need y'all to listen to that input and just let us know then what you need to hear back from.
Absolutely.
What we need to hear on another agenda. All right. Thank you. Bright Bites, can you beat their time?
I'm gonna, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing, thank you so much for really quickly giving you highlights of our Bright Bites data from this spring implementation. And so just to kind of update you and remind you about Bright Bites, it is our tool that we deliver and send out an online survey to our kiddos, our parents, and our staff, specifically looking at a 4-domain or case framework model. It is national. It is a national online survey. And so we have our 3rd through 12th grade students, teachers, and parents that participated this past spring in 2021. I will tell you, we implemented our 2020 the week before spring break, so we didn't quite make our minimum number, but so when you see the trend data, just a reminder, 2020, it's going to be the forever asterisk year. So our overall score was at 1121 as an advanced, and that's all 4 domains calculated into that technology and learning score. And so you'll notice we started in 2017, so we have a 5-year or 4-year trend data overall. So we're definitely seeing some growth between 2019 and 2021. This gives us a little bit of information about how we compare nationally. So all technology and learning is a national, the national score, and you can just see that we are above all of those scores as well. And then how we compare to any of our sister campuses around the state of Texas that also administer this portion of the Bright Bites data. And so going to dig into the 4 domains very quickly. Classroom is the one that we're really focusing in on and has been our goal for the last few years. We're excited to see that we are showing growth in this area. We talk a lot about the 5 C's, and this is one of the tools we have to measure the 5 C's within our district. And so we are excited to see that our 4C scores are increasing, as well as digital citizenship. But this is also a goal area for our steering committees as we are working to increase all of those components. And it's so intertwined with our graduate profile. We're excited about the launch of our graduate profile and thinking about how our 5 C's can really help our teachers as they're designing learning environments and experiences. Access, we've done pretty well on access overall in our 5-year trend. This also tells us information about access of devices as well as internet at home and at school. And so we have a high percentage of our students that have internet at home. 98% of our kiddos have that availability at home as well. Skills, this becomes our multimedia. Can I open a spreadsheet and do what I need to do in a spreadsheet? Very much related to can I open a picture of multimedia? Can I create a video and so forth for our skills data? And then the environment relates to professional learning. How do we support any of our instructional technology or technology as well as, you know, do I feel confident in how I use technology from the teacher and from the student perspective? So kind of what we do with our Bright Bites data every year is in the fall, we will have 2 meetings with our steering committee and campus teams. And we will review and use some data digs deep into the data to really see where are we seeing, we have the overall trends, but let's look at specific campuses and where are some areas that we want to continue to grow. We will also begin to start making connections this fall to the graduate profile. Like I said before, it is all intertwined, but we're really excited to go in and say, how can we use the 5 C's in our instructional design as teachers to help us move forward? So our team has used the Bright Bites information and the 5 C's to create progressions as a teacher tool for teachers to say, hey, if I want kids to be creative, then I need to, and I'm right here in emerging, how can I increase by 1 step in my classroom with this 1 lesson by having kids do this idea? And so we're excited about launching those progressions as drafts and to take them for a whirl and see where we get with that, as well as having an instrument to measure our 5 C's and how they connect to deeper learning. It's been really helpful for us as we're designing and thinking about what our next steps are.
All right. And as before, please get with y'all and get with the administration, ask them all the questions, and if you hear feedback that we need to bring something back, will you let us know?
And I don't think I introduced myself, so I was really quickly. Carrie Spanigal, Director of Instruction and Digital Learning. Feel free to send whatever questions you have. We're happy to help.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. So wait a sec. If we can wait on the STAR result, we might have to move that to our next one because I'm reading the room and we're wilting. Let's move on to our governance item, and board members, I'll ask you about STAR in a bit, but I think, are we okay if we move that to our next meeting? to the STAR results? Okay. All right. Then we'll move to the review and consider changes to board committee member assignments. Board members, the reason this is on our agenda for this evening, and I think we can get this done in probably a couple of minutes, is trustee Jim McKay needs to take a break for a bit, and so we need to make sure we've got the committees aligned. If I understand correct, we're pulling you off of all the committees you had requested, but one you want to stay on CBAS. Is that correct? The Community-Based Accountability Committee, or do you need all of them? So those seats are open, and I think we can look quickly at this. The City of Austin Regional Affordability Committee. Jim, how many times did those meet? Like quarterly?
They were monthly, then they went quarterly, then COVID, and they tried to do some virtual. But it's a very, probably my favorite extracurricular assignment on the board is being on that committee. I think Anna would be, if she's interested, I think it's a great opportunity. Or Christine, either one.
I have all the time, but Christine, go for it, girl.
Board members who want to.
How often does it meet again?
Once they get back running, it'll be once a month.
Right now it's once a quarter?
Well, with COVID, it's been hit or miss. It's been pretty much miss since COVID, so.
And is it typically an evening thing?
No, it'll be in the day.
Okay.
In City Hall down in Austin. You would represent LISD. There's a couple of other districts represented there, plus different entities that have to do with affordable housing.
Yeah, I'll have to defer to her because it's during the day.
I'll do it.
Okay. All right. Right now, the board member liaisons to our internal auditor. Remember, we expanded that to have 2 trustees, but we can just reduce it down to 1. I just wanted to know if does anybody else want to help out with or be a part of the internal auditor group. Otherwise, Anna is going to tackle this for a while.
I mean, I can do it. I also will bring you coffee if y'all want to be part of my committee.
Oh. All right. The other one is the board operating procedures, and I've read some of that, so I don't mind helping out and serving on that for a little bit. Does anybody else want to, though? We can put 3 people on there. If somebody else wants it, I don't want.
It's so much fun, guys, I promise.
Okay, well then I'll do that with you. Community-Based Accountability Committee. It can be 2 members. Since we could have up to 3, does anybody want to be on that committee who's not already on there at this time? Okay, so Christine would like to be on the Community-Based Accountability Committee. All right, I think that, really my eyes aren't this bad. I think I've got all of them covered, yes? Board members, since we did open it up, is there a committee that you want to not serve on? Do you want to open up a space? Okay, that's fine. If you do need to, just shoot an email to Donna and we'll put this on the agenda and pull it back up again. All right, we will now move on to the next item, discuss the superintendent performance goals. And this is probably really short, right?
Thank you, Madam President. The purpose of us doing these formative checks was for me to gather feedback and make sure that if there was anything that you wanted me to follow up on or change in that presentation, I could do that. I have not received anything from anybody yet. I think perhaps we have some tonight, and then I can certainly follow up on that. I appreciate it.
So my question is, let me try to find it. It's the key performance indicator for goal 2 in regards to extracurricular activities. I think you guys remember January 21st, I could be wrong. We had a meeting on equity and diversity, this famous chart. I know this chart is not going to be the one chart for the entire district, but I'm one of 7 voices, and y'all know how I feel about access and equity. So Dr. Gehring, I'm curious, on this chart, the LIC equity indicators, it talks about, there's a section in here in regards to extracurricular activities, breaks it down 5 fine arts with UIL component, athletics, and vocational education courses, and then breaks it down every demographic. And there's some demographics on here with, 22%, 21%. I'm just curious, and I know COVID was a weird year, but where are we at now compared to these numbers? Because when I look at this goal, this is what I'm connecting to this to. Like, I want to see, have we increased these more access points for these students? Are we decreasing in that area? Because that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Perfect, thank you. I will make sure to gather that data and bring that back to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, board members, this is not the only time you can ask Dr. Gehring questions. Please send him emails, but we'll just keep bringing this up and make sure it's front and center. We are not going to be taking up the strategic planning discussion for this evening. The next one is a report on the 2020-2021 Employee Engagement Survey results. Carolyn, are you comfortable with a lightning round, or?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Absolutely. We can do lightning round. All right, so this is the update for the 2020-2021 Employee Engagement Survey results. For those of you who this is your first time hearing, we have been using the UT Engagement Survey since 2013-2014. So we have many years of comparison data for this survey. This survey was created by the Department for Organizational Excellence through the UT Social Work Department. They developed it 30 years ago for public organizations, governmental entities, and began doing school districts several years ago. So it is a tried and tested survey for employee engagement. So the survey has 48 primary items, and then it is broken down into these 12 constructs that you see on this slide. And these are the concepts that are most utilized by leadership to drive organizational performance and engagement. Excuse me. So the survey also reviews climate areas, and it has 6 questions to give us some data on these climate areas. And it has to do with fairness in the workplace, ethics, how harassment is handled, feedback from management, and that sort of thing. So there are 2 key scores in this survey. One is the overall score, and that's what you see up there in the chart that shows the 17-18 through the 2021. And as you can see, we had a couple of stagnant years, but then the last 2 years, we've seen a little bit of an uptick in our overall engagement score. To the right, you see that how it is broken down between highly engaged, engaged, moderately, and disengaged. And just to give you a comparison from a national perspective, the highly engaged and engaged is combined in most nationals, so that is 30%. The moderately engaged, where we are 29%, nationally that is 50%. And then 7% disengaged is our disengaged, and nationally that is 20%. So we can see that we have a pretty highly engaged workforce. Anything above 350 is considered desirable, and then any overall score below 300 would definitely indicate there's some concerns or issues that you would want to look into. So the construct scores are broken down, and they typically range between 300 and 400. As you can see, we have many of those over 400. There's a force of the top 3 and the bottom 3, so you can see those color-coded, bottom 3 in red, top in kind of that teal color. Top being employee engagement, strategic, and work group. And then bottom is pay, benefits, and job satisfaction, which is not uncommon. Pay and benefits usually rank lowest on most surveys nationally. Then you also see to the right, the employee response rate. Anything over 50% is considered sound. With us, our response rate was 68.1% this year. We did see a little downtick. Feel like that's probably due to COVID, the difficulty with people feeling connected. We did still have that response rate includes 3,708 responses. So still, that's quite a few of our employees. So what you want to look at in addition is the constructs over time, and that's what this chart shows you. And what you want to look for is anything with a 15-point change, or if you have 8 or more negative constructs. So that would be constructs showing to the left. The only one we have on going to the negative is pay this year, which we know weren't able to give the overall salary increase, so that's not a surprise. What I do want to point out is the benefits increase of 11. That almost gets us to that 15, and I think that shows that what we had done over the year of the communication, the focus groups, the education, that sort of thing, really did have an impact on that score this year. So we were happy to see that. This chart shows you the areas of strength and concern over the last 2 years. The categories have not changed, and what you'll also notice is even though they are still our areas of strength and concern, our areas of strength score increased and our areas of concern scores decreased. So we are seeing some resolution to those areas of concern. Those scores, I think I might have said that wrong. They're coming up. They're not going down, but they're changing in the right direction. So we are seeing, again, good movement in the areas of concern as well. The next key score is the employee engagement. I said the 2 key scores in this survey are the overall score and the employee engagement score. So these are the 12 questions that we developed the engagement percent around. Anything below 3.25 would be cause for concern, and then anything above 3.75 indicates positive perceptions. In every area of these questions, we are over the 3.75. So again, another indicator that our employees are engaged, they feel valued, they feel like their opinions matter, and that there is care and concern for them within the organization, and they are committed to the organization. This is just a year over year from 2015 to 2018 comparison. And then the next chart is the last 4 years. Again, you can take a look at these scores year over year and see they are continuing to uptick since 2019. Over the last 2 years, they've all, in every area, every question, they have continued to uptick. So very good sign that we are continuing to communicate well, our employees feel valued, and we're seeing that in the scores. Lastly, this is just something that we give to all of our district leaders to show them what they can do with this data now. Here we provide them with their results, campus-specific, department-specific, in May, and then we ask them, we kind of give them some guidelines, some guidance, some suggestions. Take this back to your teams, review the data, build it into your CIP if you can, but really take this to your leadership, embed it in your initiatives so that you're seeing improvement in your scores as well. Okay, that was the lightning round. Any questions?
Did awesome, Carrie Lynn. Board members, please reach out to Carrie Lynn.
Yes.
I read this the first time it was on the packet. I even went back though as it was coming up again to reread it, and I still found things that I thought were interesting. Our employees, I think we scored kind of low. They didn't think we read these though.
Right, that was part of the climate. That was our lowest climate, or our highest climate score, I guess. Those 17% of people did not feel like that management would take these results and do anything with them. So that's why we strongly encourage, campus principals, department leaders to really, be transparent, show this information to their staff, and bring them into the improvement processes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much, Carrie Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Elaine, I know you said this was going to be quick. We have the consider approval of additional FTEs for 2021, 2022, and the business and finance monthly reports.
Yes, so this item is twofold. As you heard yesterday, our registered enrollment is higher than what we budgeted for, so that's the good news. The bad news is we have more students than we planned for, which we were hopeful of, and in the elementary grade level, we have, as of last week, we had 14 classes where registered students exceed the staffing ratios. So to accommodate those additional positions, we are moving some existing positions within the general fund to the ESSER. We did have $1.3 million set aside in ESSER to relieve the general fund, and so it's a swap. So there's no effect on the general fund. It's neutral. and the funds remaining in ESSER for that specific line item, we still have about 8 positions available. So we are monitoring enrollment on a weekly basis. The second part of this, so there's no action needed on that, that is to inform the board in accordance with board policy DC local. The second piece of this, if you'll recall, one of the budget cuts was my administrative assistant and went back to a sharing arrangement with the chief internal auditor. With no fault of anyone, this arrangement is not working. So I'm asking the board to approve the add back of that position through the contingency fund. So that does not increase the budget at all. It's just moving it from contingency, but I do need board approval to add that position back.
Any question, board members? All right, motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of 1 FTE to the 2021-2022 budget to be funded from contingency funds.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine and a second from Anna. Any other questions or discussions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you.
And in the Business and Finance Monthly Report, we just need to look at that.
Yes, there's nothing of importance this month.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, we'll call up our last item. Jimmy Dissler, General Construction Update. Yeah.
Yes, the general construction report, I'll leave all the information. All the projects are going well. The one thing I did want to mention as far as general construction, we will be bringing forward a utility easement at River Place Elementary on the 5th, and we would like to get approval at that meeting. The developer is going to be bringing a connection of utilities, water and wastewater, into Satil Del Rio in the cul-de-sac there, and they just need a towards our pond side of the property, not the school side. They need to connect into the street, and so they're going to take some of the trees on that side, and I've got them to agree their mitigation we can put at any campus, and so we're going to take the mitigation and put it at some of the schools that are pretty barren, so around their play fields, try to dress those up. But we'll be bringing that in the next meeting. Our plan is to put it on the consent agenda just to move it quickly.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jimmy.
Okay.
All right, board, before we move into closed session, I'd like to point out something. The board meeting debrief we will not be doing tonight, but I need your feedback. Can you please let Donna know? Because I do not foresee us getting out of board meetings earlier than 1 a.m. for several months, looking at all the items that we have, from DEI policy to adopting a tax rate to bond to talking about, starting school. We'll probably get updates on Delta, how we're cultivating and connecting, and then we've got strategic planning. The district is doing some amazing things due to y'all's work, dedication, and late hours, but we need to figure out how we want to pace it. We've got to have a plan ourselves. So I'd like y'all to think about, do we want to see more items like the surveys? Could that have been a Friday memo? Do you want to see more Friday memo information? Or do you want to have, as Aaron suggested, more frequent meetings but shorter? Be thinking, or whatever options you have. But there's a lot of information that we're going to need to keep going through. So please, if you have an idea or some thoughts, let Donna know. With that, we will now be going, it is 12:59. We'll be going into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.074. Deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.074. Deliberation and consideration of employment of Rouse High School principal. Texas Government Code 551.074. Deliberation consideration of employment of Senior Director, Innovative Learning Programs, New Hope High School principal. There will be no action taken in closed. We will come out back into open for any action. It is 1:30 and we are back from closed session. Are there any action items pursuant to closed session?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Tanya Thompson for principal for Rouse High School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Have a motion from Anna, second from Alexis. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Next.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Clay Courier, did I say that right? I'm sorry, Clay, for Senior Director of Alternative Learning for New Hope High School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for Administrator Probationary Employment Contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Have a motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Anna, did you raise your hand?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I was reading my next motion.
7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
No. No, we got one more.
One more.
Right here. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Thank you, board, so much. Without objection, we are going to adjourn at 1:32. Whew.